I lay in remembrance of a darker day, searching for resemblance to a time when all was fair, the world was mine, there was passion in the air.
Another month. Time flies. Keep running.
Hi guys. Stupid YouTube is not working. What's wrong with YouTube? Please tell me YouTube's working. Oh, thank God. It's just your YouTube that's not working. Hello everybody. I hope you're good. Whew. I was about to quit and have the weekend off. Right, okay. I decided while I was out walking too far today that I'd have a crack at Sakhal today. I just fancy a bit of a change. Staff and grenade delivery service. That's what I provided yesterday. Crazy. Oh my God, that sucked. I'm still miffed about the grenade not working. That absolutely blows. Stop talking and turn the music on. Oh, it's nice when someone disagrees with... Normally people moan, like, when's it starting? You don't want it to start. Fair enough. I'll go back. I'll leave it on repeat. I'll come back tomorrow. I've done the same as yesterday and thought to myself, I walked too far. I know, I'll walk further. So I really need to start thinking about my ankle a bit more. But yeah, I've overwalked again this morning. Not helped by the fact that after walking, I went to Sainsbury's, potted around with my trolley, got a load of stuff, and then got to the tills and realised I'd left my wallet at home. And so I had to go back and get my wallet. I could have paid with my phone, but in Sainsbury's you need an Nectar card in order to get the discount, and like I'm not paying full price. No, fuck that. They've got these iced coffees I like for £1, but they're £1.70 if you don't have the card. And I've got 12 of them. I'm not paying £1.70 each one. No way. So anyway, the reason I'm late is because of that. I left my wallet at home, and it's, I don't know, it's 15 minutes by car because of the traffic. So it cost me half an hour. You got foot problems as well as you? Have you warped? Yeah, it sucks. To be honest, despite the chat telling me I've got gout, I haven't really got foot problems. I've got walking too far and not having any rest day problems. Can they not apply? No, again, it's a Nectar card, which is not really associated with Sainsbury's other than that they take it. So Yeah, I guess you can get an app where you can put your Nectar card on, but to be honest, I've had the Nectar card like 15 years. I don't even know what address it's linked to or anything. It's my card, but I wouldn't even know what to do about that. You know, it's so old, it barely works. It hardly ever scans. You have to swipe it about 17 times. So I had to suicide there because we were the wrong dude, obviously. Now we're the right dude. Scurvy's the modern thing, is it? Okay. I'll try and remember that. You get gout, it's horrific. I don't get gout, but the chat think I get gout. BQ, thank you for the resub. Wavy, thank you as well. Pirate Craggy, thank you very much too. Cheers for the support, guys. Thank you. I haven't quite recovered from yesterday's Deer Isle ending. I was It's not often I'm that bothered about dying, but I was properly pissed off. You gave me food poisoning. Oh, you were eating the 2-day-old thing, weren't you? Yeah, I did say I accept no liability if it doesn't work out. You were eating 2-day-old something that was sealed, weren't you? You sound pretty gouty. I think you mean sexy. How did I give you food poisoning then, Shabazz? That's confused me. What did I do? I've just been looking at the garden and spending more fucking money. I think I'm going to get them to put a balustrade on. That doesn't make a lot of sense, but anyway, like a handrail that goes around to stop you falling off. There's like a wall that they've built, and then there's a drop to the garden, and it's a little bit higher than I envisaged. And I'm thinking maybe I need a barrier to stop people falling off the fucker. And I don't know. I think I'm going to need about 4, 5, maybe 9 meters. Apparently, it's 300 or 400 pounds a meter. And that's just for the raw materials. I don't know. Maybe that's including fitting. I don't know. But anyway, I'm not happy. Brutal. You can go right off someone. Because you're getting old. No. Oh, well, my mum's getting old. And so I wouldn't want to have her around for a barbecue or something next summer and then watch her go crashing off the wall into the lawn. Memphis, well, whether it's a forever home or not, it needs the garden sorted. It needs the garden sorted. Absolutely, it has to be done. It's costing me a fucking fortune. The nice thing is the wall is there, so I can always add this, like, rail, balustrade, whatever. I can add it later, can't I? It doesn't have to happen now. I could maybe get the same firm back and get it fitted maybe, I don't know, in the autumn sometime when they're not so busy and when I've had some time to decompress from constant people coming every day. These guys are great, though. You just leave them to it. I've only made them like 1 cup of tea or coffee today, and that was only about an hour ago. Well, half an hour ago. But they're great. They're no issue at all. But I would like to get to a point where trades guys are not coming all the time. I've got someone else coming Wednesday to finish off one of the bedrooms. Yeah, it'd just be nice to have like a month or two where I'm not waiting in for people to come and fix shit. A cheaper option may be a 1 foot wide garden edge. Garden edge or hedge? I don't know. It's quite a small garden, so anything I can do to keep it not getting narrower by taking space away probably makes sense. I quite like the idea of a rail. It's quite nice that you can go out and have a drink and just lean on it and spill your pint over the other side or whatever. You know, that'd be okay. Typical rich DayZ streamer knife. Yeah, that's right, Nabs. Yeah. Damn straight, you know. I tend to regularly go down the town centre, go down the high street with my wadges of cash, just wafting it in people's faces going, I'm a Twitch streamer, don't you know? Small penis getting smaller, yeah. I'm fed up of all these people coming in my ass, Adam. Yeah, sorry. I've done that many a time. Wasn't quite ready for it today. I'm not on the ball. Loads of money. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm regularly known at streamer meetups to give it the Glengarry Glen Ross, you know. Is that the right name? You know, I get up in front of all of the devs and go, you see this watch? It costs more than your car. That's not true, by the way, but I'm just playing along with whatever that dude said about rich streamers. Any threat of cats fleeing in? Well, there's a cat shitting in the front garden at the moment. I've got to get some kind of I don't know, air rifle or something. No, I mean not air rifle. Cat go away now device. Cat scarer. I think it's called a dog. I don't know. I need to do something to stop the cat shitting in the front lawn. I definitely need to do that. Get pellets. Okay. Ricardo, if you're looking for a story-driven survival game, you know, as in you're trying to survive and having adventures along the way, I think DayZ is the best of that type. If you want base building and base raiding, then Rust is probably the best of that. You know, if you want base building and base raiding, then Rust is probably the better game. But if you want survival and adventures, team-ups and random things happening, DayZ is the best one. Yes, by quite a long way, I think. Take a shit there yourself. It will scare the neighbours. It will scare the neighbours away. Never mind the cat. Spray predator urine. That's my urine, right? I can just piss in my garden and it'll scare the cat away. I'm going to need to make a fire. Ooh. Gimme, gimme, gimme. I don't really want to make a fire, but I think we ought to. I've not really paid attention to where we are in any great detail, to be honest. I'm surprised at myself, really. I just thought, I was like, what map am I going to do? I don't really want to start a Deer Isle quest again. It was too painful. I need a little bit of a break. I don't really want to do Churnerus and do the keycard thing again. I need a little bit of a break. And I was like, oh, just have a go at Sakhal. It's kind of survival-y. It's kind of different. We'll give it a whirl, see how it goes. I use vinegar, chili flakes, and cayenne pepper.
Hi,
Well, you're making a
TRMZ,
fucking salad
really
dressing
enjoyed
or
the
scaring
DRMZ
cats away,
stream
Liquid. Holy
yesterday.
shit.
Keep running. Cheers. TRMZ LoveManZ.
They give him a bit of caviar as well. Vinegar, chili flakes, and cayenne pepper. Yeah, maybe a bit spicy. Apparently I missed an axe, which I'm a bit gutted about, because I would quite like to keep the axe,
Yep,
if I'm honest.
DayZ is the best survival game.
It is. Ooh. So it was Sakhal on the mouse. Well, there was others on offer, but I don't know. I just fancy doing a bit of this for today. Not sure what we'll actually try and achieve. I don't know if we'll bother going for the science guy or not. I don't really know. We'll see. Someone's actually looted this fucker.
Take all me prime mate. Good old Sakhal, an underrated map. Have a good one.
I think it's definitely improved a lot. It really has. I hope that the devs have said they've got a lot of learnings from Sakhal with regards to the next map, and they are clearly suggesting that they're going to spend more time developing the next one before releasing it. So hopefully the next one doesn't release with, like,
In the
I don't
voice
know,
of Total
6
Recall, 2 years,
6 months
keep
to a
running.
year's worth of work to do on it. Thank you very much, Smudger. Cheers for the support. Dan, thank you, Mr. Diz. Dies. I agree. Yeah, DayZ is the best survival game. Thank you, Cruncher. Thank you very much too. I enjoyed the Deer Isle stream except for the last couple of minutes. It was great other than that. Bryce, thank you very much too. Bing bong, ding dong, anyone home? Thank you very much, Bryce. I was home, but it took me a while to answer the doorbell. Cheers, Dies again. Mother-in-law chasing you. Run, Paul, run. Mother-in-law chasing you. That's okay. That's okay. I get on well with mother-in-laws. I don't have a mother-in-law, but okay. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Bryce, thank you again. BQ Smooth, thank you again. There is still a little bit of a challenge to Sakhal, Rory, in comparison to Chernerus and Livonia. It is a little bit more survivally, and sometimes you can really struggle food-wise. It can be a struggle, food and drink-wise. It's not 100% easy peasy, lemon squeezy, right? There is a bit of a challenge to it. It's all good, Dies, no worries. Hey up, Mr. Running Block. Just once, would you play a heavy modded server with traders and quests? I know it's not your thing, but I'd love to get your take on them. Keep up. Dan, well, I've played Aftermath and what was Endzone, which had traders and whatnot for a while. I have played those servers, but not for a long time. I might give Aftermath a run at some point. Haven't played it in a good while. I never really want to get anything from the traders, to be honest, is the problem. Like, I normally don't bother, but I have done it once or twice in the past, not done it for ages. The Gorky bars are in me. What happened to the Deer Isle character from yesterday? I was assassinated. Murder most foul. I really don't see the point of traders on a survival game. Endless. I guess it's different strokes for different folks. It can give you a different way of playing. It can change you into a hoarder.
Holiday except 2 years with TRMZ. Wow,
there we go. You can save £50 per person, making a grand total saving of £200 per family of 4. All you have to do is spend £6 grand. Thank you very much, Neely. Thank you. I think it creates a different way of playing in that you go on more missions, and it can be fun for the right style of player. It's just not for everyone, you know. Like, you can go on a sortie to a base and try to pick up 3 things of value, like say 3 weapons or whatever it might be, and then take those to the traders and then flog them off and exchange them for rounds for the rare gun that you've got or whatever it might be, you know. It does create a different way of playing. I quite like the ones where the traders are black market traders, where you can get good stuff but you're not entirely safe. The safe zones are annoying. I think some safe zones on some servers you maybe have to turn the VoIP off for fear of what the fuck you're going to hear. The ones that are adminned well, and there are some, they're a bit better, where it doesn't turn into some kind of like, I don't know, awful CSGO lobby where everyone's a racist or whatever, you know, awful COD lobby, the same kind of thing, you know. It can be a bit bad at times, but... Or like you're queuing into fucking PUBG back in the day with everyone screaming China #1 and God knows what else. Why was Frostline met with such negative reviews? I think... I quite like the ambience of Sakhal, and I was suckered in by that, and I still like Sakhal more than Livonia at the moment, I think, you know. I just think there's better maps out there, you know. There's several modded maps that are better than Sakhal, and I don't know if that should be the case, given that it's made by the devs. A whole team rather than one person in that as a hobby, you know. I think it was met with problems for a couple of reasons. There's some issues with the game that haven't been fixed. There's cheaters in the game that haven't been tackled. The price of Sakhal was quite high, and the map is small, and it was kind of empty, you know, so the value for money aspect, it's a small map with very little to explore, and so you're expected to pay quite a lot of money for limited experiences in the map. You know, the next map is going to cost slightly less than Sakhal, and it's going to be way bigger than Chernerus. So this map is tiny. The next map is going to be cheaper and bigger. So in theory, it should give you more hours of exploration and more to do for less money. Oh, I've gone into cul-de-sac. Ah! That was manly. Right, one at a time. Oh, how did you do that? Yeah, just run straight through the door, man. I would. Oh, fuck off. The zombies fucking knocked me uncon. I don't think I was anywhere near uncon there, but the zombie was getting me as well. Oh, that was unlucky. I hit him with a heavy attack. It wasn't enough. That's a shame. We haven't exactly lost a lot. However, we have lost the fucking 10 minutes sitting by the fire, which is kind of annoying. Right, I'm just sorting the second monitor out. I may wake up while I'm doing this, but bear with me. Feel a little bit unlucky there. I didn't wake up. Have you ever thought about helping a map maker create a quest? Box, I've never been asked to do that, and to be honest, I don't think it's part of my skill set. I'm pretty good at trying something and seeing if it's balanced, but I don't think I've got a great deal of imagination for thinking up stuff, you know? Like, people like John McClane are the ones with the creativity and the imagination to do that stuff. I haven't really got that. Yeah, of course, fists clearly will beat a shovel. It makes sense. This is kind of a better spawn. It's further around. I haven't missed this, though. I'm not going to lie. Oh, I died. I know. Let's scrap around for some basics and then make another fire. It is a bit frustrating. I don't want to sing like a grumpy old man, but I'm going to anyway, says Tia. No, I can't get your name right, Ed. Why are they bringing out a map that nobody was asking for instead of fixing or at least improving the infected AI? I don't think they can improve the infected AI. Reading between the lines / what I was told is that they have got some challenges with the legacy code still remaining in DayZ that they just can't remove. They can't. They are basically limited in what they can do by the game and the amalgamation of the Infusion engine from yesteryear, because it's not the newest version, and the legacy code and what they're able to actually do. And the reality is, whoever's designing the map that nobody asked for, but they are a company, they need to sell things, so why do companies make new things to sell? I can't imagine. But the people that are doing the map design, the people that are doing that aren't the people that could fix the code on the AI anyway, even if it could be fixed, are they? You know, like whoever's making the map and putting houses in and designing towns and coming up with whatever, like they're not the people that could fix that code, even if it could be fixed, are they? You know, so I think what they're doing is building something that they can sell to make more money, while in the background, without telling us, they're developing a new game which will hopefully have better AI. I'm sure there will be a DayZ 2 at some point after Arma 4. I think they can't fix the zombies on this game. I think that's it. You know, they're basically stuck because of the legacy code and the fact that the game's been out since 2013, and they need to sort of start from a clean slate and hopefully get it right on the next one. And nobody ever asks for a DLC that's going to cost money. You know, people want things for free, but people will still buy it. It will still be popular. I think console players are quite eager for different biomes to play because they don't have all the plethora of maps that PC players have, do they? Sajid, thank you very much for the 14 months. Cheers for the support, too. Thank you. Spuddergy, thank you. Nearly, thank you again. Oh, I was looking forward to the challenge of the survival, but I'm already getting pissed off just because I died once to a punchy guy. I'm already a bit annoyed with myself. Fucking shovel. What's wrong with the AI? Well, the zombies are all over the place, dude. The pathwaying of the zombies is absolutely shocking. Sometimes they won't come through doors, sometimes they kind of run through a closed door. You can have two players playing together and one can be punching a zombie, and it will de-aggro and then run to the next guy, and then it will de-aggro and run back, and it will like pass the parcel between the two, not really making its mind up on who it's going to attack. Fucking about and fucking about and fucking about. This is good, isn't it? Got some good shit here. So the AI is pretty poor. This guy's actually got some okay stuff. God, he's got enough worms, hasn't he? Don't you think? Fuck me. He's got like, how many fucking worms does the dude want? Holy shit. I think we need that. That's the kind of care package that I feel I deserved. We obviously have to take the hit pack. We'd be mad not to, wouldn't we? So we don't need rope or anything, we can just leave that. We don't need to cut him up, we don't need that. So they must have traded with each other. I think we'll just take that and... Oh, look. Someone's been up to no good here. Look, fucking hell. One of them was cooking the human bean. Or about to. I got my can of food back. Goodbye.
I just tuned into you saying pretty Paul. Lol, keep running and smoking fools. Love you, bye.
Oh, I don't want to be attacked by that hatchet, thank you. Why don't you talk?
They come here.
Hey, come here. No.
Come here, pussy, come.
No, das ist eine Mai Spaghetti. I could do this all day, baby cakes. See what I mean about the zombies? It just ran straight past that fucking dude and to me. Fuck's sake. The fucking zombie runs straight past the guy and to me. Fuck me dead. Alright, well, I don't really want to take on the fork, because it is shit, but it's got a long reach, and once he's punctured me and I'm bleeding, I'm in trouble. So I think we're gonna crack on and try and find somewhere where we're not getting shot. Or stabbed. Not been shot yet, but it's coming. We're running towards some other shooter at the moment by the look of it. Psycho. Dude, thank you for the very generous super chat, man. Pretty Paul, yeah. Cheers for the support, Psycho, dude. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, man. Thank you. Right, we need to try and find somewhere safety to cook this. At least I know where I are on the map. This is
My biggest starting
Vostok.
tip for Sakhal is to first craft or find a fishing rod and start to fish. Gets you lots of good food fast, then travel inlands.
Yeah, I know, David. The problem with fishing is that if you fish, it works, but it extends how long you're a new spawn, obviously. And if you happen to die, if it takes you 45 minutes to get everything ready, you make a fire, you warm up, you catch the fish, you cook the fish, you go to the spring, you get a couple of things, you get an axe, you go to the next town. 45 minutes later, if you then get killed, it's so much more repetition to get where you want to be. I tend to try and get to the well. I try to do slightly less of the fishing when I'm such an early new spawn, because if I've got no ability to defend myself, I'll waste all that time fishing and then die and then have to do it all again and again. So I tend to try and do this. I've got this can of spaghetti and I try and make it last.
Best streamer ever.
And try to fish when I'm a bit more prepared to defend myself a little bit later on, you know. If you fish too soon, you end up spending an hour getting survival shit, and then that guy was on the coast. He may have seen me. You spend an hour trying to get started, and then get killed anyway. Don't forget to like, share, follow, and subscribe. Oh, thank you, DayZ. Cheers for the kind words. Thank you very much for the support, dude. Thank you. Right, I am a bit worried about that dude. He wasn't that far away. He was on the beach. Still clutching the fork in his hand. Lachlan, we're just getting started, baby. Cheers, DayZ. David, thank you again. Psycho, thank you again. Cheers. Cheers for the support, peeps. Thank you. I'm going to try and drink 2 bottles worth, I think, and then fill it up and get away. You can do really quite well if you get one of the towns with a police station and just get a little bit lucky. You can get pretty decent stuff quite soon. Likewise, if you find a dynamic police convoy on this map, you can end up with an R12 shotgun quite early on as well. You know, you can get quite lucky, or you can get incredibly unlucky. I would really like to cook this spaghetti, but I don't really want to stay on that coast, because there's a guy with a gun, I think a shotgun, and our fucking stabby friend was there as well. Duration live today. I never know the answer to that, Juiced. I try to do at least 6 hours. I've actually started a little bit later than I wanted today. I've been really fucking busy this morning. But anyway, I don't know. It's strictly speaking, Friday isn't a day I stream, but obviously I had a couple of days off around my birthday earlier in the week, so here I am. We'll see how it goes. Being a Friday and being a day where I'm not normally streaming, I could be on for 4 hours, I might be on for 7. We'll just see how it goes. First run. Well, I got killed by a fisty guy. I got fisted after about 15 minutes and then started again, so not quite the first run, second. Oh, that sucks. I thought that was a house I could make a fire in. Zadiah, well, thanks for coming in. Hope you're good. I don't know why I'm getting
DayZ
desync
is
just
the
from
only
that.
game that makes your heart sink when you're at a military zone and see zombies you didn't kill.
Yep, it can get quite tense over not very much, can't it? Do you know what? I think that's the spot. I'll be unlucky if some fucker turns up while I'm there. I need to get the plus symbol. It's been ages. I haven't made a fire the whole time this character's been alive. So I need to do that. Fuck's sake. The nearer to the fire it is, the quicker it defrosts, but to get it nearer, you kind of have to burn yourself.
Happy belated and sorry about you getting fisted.
BQ, dude, thank you very much. Well, don't be sorry. I've had worse. Cheers for the support, BQ. Cheers very much. Josh Lewis, thank you for the super chat as well, dude. Throw it with my weak wrists. Oh, it looked like it was alive, didn't it? Alright, well I am very hungry, so sooner we can... sooner we can eat this sketty, the better. Right, that one's pristine. What one's... that's pristine as well. So I don't really need two, but I'll keep them for now. Cherno is my favourite map. Sakhal is also good, but unfortunately no players on Xbox. Yeah, DayZ, it is a bit tricky. There's not hundreds of servers on PC, but there's always a few. There's normally an official one or two, and there's obviously a few community ones as well. 2B3, dude, thank you for the Prime. Cheers for using your Prime on my channel. I really appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Damaged, badly damaged. How many hooks have we got? We'll get rid of that one. I can't open it. Gonna try the bunker. I don't know, P-Mac. I don't know what we're gonna try yet. I've no idea. I'm just gonna try and get some gear and see how we go. Cheers, Wasted, dude. I'll have a quick check of that later, but thanks for the heads up on the cat business, literally. It's a shit business. How many fires per life do you reckon? 1. Continuous. Easier to get the plus on Sakhal than the mouse, but it doesn't last as long. I actually think it doesn't last... yeah, it doesn't last as long on the mouse now, Josh. I don't know what's gone on with the mouse, but this is my take. I haven't used a stopwatch and checked it or anything, but they both take ages to get the plus symbol. But on the mouse it lasts seconds, whereas on Sakhal it lasts longer. That's what I find. Apparently some wreckers said that it's designed to not last as long on the mouse.
Thank you for the years of great content.
Do you ever die of hunger or thirst? Shabazz, the only time it's ever likely to happen is if I've took a huge risk and then I get shot to flashing red while I'm hungry or something, you know, like it is possible, but you really have to be taking a huge gamble, as in I'm going to try and run from one side of the map to the other without eating, or I just died and it's an hour away. I'm going to try and get back before my body disappears, you know, like occasionally you can end up in a position where it could happen, but it's quite rare. Cheers for the support, Jeff. I really appreciate it, man. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it very much, dude. Thank you. How are you feeling after yesterday's turn of events? Barry, I'm over it, dude. It sucks because it would have been such an amazing video. It still is going to be a video, but it's going to be more of a, I don't know, the most painful bug I've ever had kind of thing, you know. John McClane, kiss my ass. Something like that. Also, John McClane is a legend. When DayZ 2 is released, will you move over to this straight away or hang back? Don, if there's a DayZ 2, I'm on it from day 1 or day -1 or whatever, you know. Thanks a lot, Jeff. Really appreciate it, dude. Dutch Roller, thank you as well. This is taking so long. Holy fuck.
A good day to you, sir.
Fisting and now ass kissing, Paul. It's been only 40 minutes of the stream so far. Well, what can I say? I'm a single man with a expansive imagination, and also quite a lot of desperation. Ivan, I remember that cannibal. The cannibal run. No, it wasn't the cannibal. But I remember that was an old video, that one, dude. Holy shit. I got some cannibals with a stick, and then they came and chased me trying to get their gear back. I vaguely remember that. That was a not old DayZ when the sticky stick was uber powerful. Dutch Roller, cheers for the 20 months, dude. Thank you. Alright, so let's have a quick look at the map. So that is Vostok, which is on the bottom right-hand corner. It is here. It's called Boktok. This is where we want to go. We want to go to Bibby Cocky. I'm all about that Bibby Cocky.
Epic on this map.
Interestingly, if we follow this road and just go straight, it leads straight to Bibby Cocky. I might do that. That seems like a good idea. So if we get on the main road, and then yeah, I think we're going to try and do that. We'll try and get ourselves to Bibby Cocky. Let's go. Would you be interested in live updates of the sprint quali? Is that tomorrow? It's not today, is it? Oh, sprint qualify. Nah, not really. I wouldn't mind knowing the results, but I'm not really too worried as it's going on, you know. Like, it's a bit frustrating, actually. I would quite like to watch the sprint race, but I guess it's more important to watch the actual race, if that makes sense. So I am gonna stream tomorrow. I won't be streaming on Sunday. But yeah, give me a let me know. Like the standings afterwards and such, I suppose. You hyped for the new map that's coming out? I'm not hyped for the new map. The new map could come with a free blowjob token, and I wouldn't be very excited at the moment, dude, on the basis that it's next year, you know? Like, I might be dead by then. I really hope I'm not, by the way, but, do you know, a year... 2026 is a long way away, you know? Like, it's too early to be excited or hyped or whatever, so no, not yet. I'm really excited. That's not true. I'm not really excited. I'm really interested to try a map designed from the ground up for DayZ that's Churnerous-like. Whether it's Takistan buildings or not, I'm not too worried. I don't like the Takistan buildings very much, but I do believe the devs will sort the loot economy out, and it'll be an interesting map. I'm really interested to play a Churnerous type experience on a more expansive map. I think it'd be interesting to try, but it's so long away, you know, like, too early for hype. If it was tomorrow, I'd be hyped. Am I streaming on Tuesday? Yeah, I should be. What climate of map do you like playing the best? I like maps that have dark nights, and long days that don't rain too much, and I don't particularly enjoy making constant fires. I don't mind doing... I enjoy this for a change, but I couldn't do it every day. It gets utterly tedious. So
after 15 years
Churnerous with only
NHS,
like one
I've
rain
quit and
shower through the
started
day is
working in
about my
dementia
favourite,
care.
you know.
Partly inspired by your charity streams, so thank you TRMZ left.
Big Budder, GG, dude. I hope your career path goes well, and hopefully you can, well, you will make a difference. You know, it's an admirable thing to do, dude. Fair play. Thank you very much for the bits. It's not easy. I can't say I have a lot of experience. Obviously, I have first-hand experience of my dad and my grandma who had Alzheimer's. You know, I experienced it from a family member's point of view. I very briefly, but I did work experience when I was at school at a old folks hospital, and I had 2 mornings on the ward that was for sort of dementia inpatients, and it's a hard thing to do on the permanent, you know, like you can get real little moments of joy, but it's really tricky in between in terms of the patient themselves. What are you playing with the fresh spawns next week? I don't know, dude. I don't know. I have no idea. Nothing's set in stone yet, dude. Yeah, I quite enjoy playing the official maps, Urban. I would be better if I could play more official. But I'm struggling to play official at the moment because of our hacker friend that seems to like chasing me down and saying bad words. But yeah, it's nice to play Sakhal again. I do like Sakhal. I played it quite a bit after the last experimental update and when the patch dropped. And it's always, if you have a little bit of a break, the actual challenge of Sakhal and the dynamic of it is always fun when it's fresh, you know. If I do Sakhal for a week solid, I get really peeved. But 2 or 3 days after a break, it's really fun because it is a different challenge and it is more survivally. It is a harder map to play. Oh, that police zombie is probably a good sign. There must be a police car because there ain't no police station, which is good news because we can get a stab vest, but also hopefully there's a car with potentially a gun. JR, dude, thank you for the support, man. Thank you very much. I hope all is good. Cheers for the continued support, man. That's really, really kind, JR. Thank you very, very much. Oh, I thought he was going to drop. I actually just stood still and waited. Not the smartest. Cheers for gifting 10 subs, dude. That's very, very kind, dude. There has to be a police car on the road. Oh, good. Excellent. Right, I have got another mag. The other mag is in better condition as well. Oh no, they're both worn. Right. I really do need some better clothes. We need to work on that. Cheers, JR, dude. Thank you very much. Right, where's the police car? Oh, there she blows. Right, I'd like an R12 shotgun, second choice Pioneer. I ain't asking for much, just everything. What the fuck? It's going to be a good day. Oh, a rack. Okay. Oh, fuck off. Ain't got time for this shit, boy. could be kind of fun. I haven't used a rack very much, but a rack with a 25 round mag is... It's not like it's the best gun in the world or anything, but at the stage of the character I'm on right now, things are looking a lot better than they did. This feels more like coming back to that conversation about fishing. Now I've got a little bit. If some fucker comes along with a sledgehammer or tries to start, I feel like I'm not in some 50-50 standoff with them. And let's face it, my melee is not the strongest, right? So if I were to fish now and some fucking knob comes along, I can just whip the rack out and spray all over him, you know? It seems like now would be a better time to fish than earlier in the character's life when I'm just gambling on finding stuff before some fucker finds me. Now it's slightly less of a gamble in that I can find the stuff and I can shoot the fucker. I'll loot these 2 houses, then we're going to go up the hill. Good police? Oh, nice. Yeah, that's true, PMAC, actually. The Pioneer is not the best because of the lack of bullets, you're right. Except for if you can find a mag or something. Oh, hello, dude, you're right. Holy shit.
Hi.
Hiya.
You scared me.
Yeah, I ain't looking for no trouble. You're right. There's a better condition vest on one of the zombies behind there. There was one with a pristine plate carrier. If you see the one on the road, there's another one just to the left of that, just in the bushes there, just by the silver birch tree. It's got a pristine vest on it.
Yeah, I see it. Thank you very much.
No worries. Good luck, dude. Is he liking you or is he liking me? Liking you. Seemed like a nice fella. The other thing that's quite handy now is we're more ready. If I go up towards Bibby, which is this way, if I get attacked by wolves or something, I can just about defend myself, whereas I couldn't before. What video card do I use? I use a 5090, the Asus, fuck that was a lot of money edition. I can't remember I always forget what it was. Somebody will remind me, but it's the Asus one that's crazy money. I didn't really have a great deal of choice in what 5090 I got. I just got the one that PC Specialist had. The ROG Astral. Yeah, that's the one. Cheers, Cole. I'm never going to remember that. Yeah, it was the ROG Astral one. But I got it early on after it was released and just had whatever PC Specialist would sell me. On that subject, if you're looking for a new PC and you live in Europe, don't forget to check out PC Specialist and you'd go TRMZ 24 for a little bit of money off. I'm going to need a 6990. Yeah, you're right, I will. I'm quite pleased with the progress in the garden. I think they're going to start the slabs. Everything's leveled off now, pretty much. The slabs are going to start going down near the house on Monday.
Good
they've
vibes
built.
And good running.
At the end of the
TRMZ
garden, they've made a
left,
trough
TRMZ
area,
left.
like with sleepers. It's like it's about 14 inches deep with soil inside. It's 14 inches of soil, and then 10 centimetre. I've gone inches and centimetres there. 35 centimetres deep soil. And then sleepers either side, built up, just 2 sleepers high, and then so it makes like a trough with soil in. And the reason they've done that is that then it gives them some height to just level the rest of the patio up against, rather than being the fence. So it's just like built up some earth as like a dividing line, but it also gives me a planter at the end of the garden as well. It's going to look pretty good. The pool table's fine, all smack. I got away with that. Thankfully, the water was clean. Otherwise, I'd have been fucked.
Been watching you for a decade. You inspired me to buy a server and run it with my father. If I could tell you everything I would. Keep on running less than
Ozzy,
3.
dude, thank you very much for the support. I hope you keep enjoying the game. That's a cool thing to be able to do with your dad as well. That's pretty badass, dude. Cheers for the support, man. Thank you very, very much. Aussie Gamer, W, Darth Fester. Cheers for the support, Darth Fester. That is a long-ass resub, dude. Cheers for the 112 months. Mop Top Miller, thank you for the new sub. Cheers for the support, both of you guys. Thank you. Can I get near enough to that to hunt it? I can drop the fishing rod if I can kill that. I think it's quite a lot further away, but I'm staying crouched. I just want to try and be careful. That's Bibby Cocky there. Takes a little while to loot it, but there's normally quite good stuff there. Very decent chance of a hunting rifle. Where the hell is the reindeer? I heard it. Oh, I think they're further away than I thought. Oh, look, they're right near the house. Oh, fuck, they've just sprinted. Something's just aggied then. I didn't aggro them. Could have been the zombies, unfortunately. It might have been the Zeds. Fuck's sake. Alright, we're going to start checking a few houses.
It's been almost 9 months and Paul still hasn't learned Cyrillic. It's a shame. I think a mutiny is in order.
I don't need to learn acrylic. Why do I need to learn acrylic? I don't need to learn acrylic. It's much more fun to have your own names for the towns, like this one, Bibby Cocky. It's way more fun than using the real name, whatever that is. Nobody knows. Also, thank you for the bits, Shabazz. I never saw your message as to how I gave you food poisoning exactly.
Happy Friday, everyone. Hope all are good and well.
I haven't got PTSD from yesterday, no. I've got pissed off-itis, though. The death is one thing, but the fact that I was only in that place because the grenade was bugged is quite another. It is annoying. It's the hurt of the bug that kills you, you know, like one thing to die, another thing to only die because you were there because of a bug that made you go there when you wasted 3 or 4 hours going there knowing it was going to be dangerous, and then you ultimately died because the bug made you go there and you didn't need to go there, but the bug made you do it. Not that I've thought about it very much or anything.
Once again, my prime is yours. One stream I keep coming back every time, less than 3 keep going, man.
Porter, thank you. Cheers for the support, dude. Ian Murray, thank you very, very much as well. Cheers for the gifted memberships. That's very, very generous, dude. Thank you very much. I'm not bothering with that rat. Oh, maybe we should. Somewhat annoyingly, it takes 2 hits to kill that. It takes 2 hits to kill it. With an MK2. 2 hits. See what I mean? Unfortunately, I missed the first hit. Sorry, second hit. Oh, shut up whining, you little fucking shit. Oh, I should have made gloves. Alright, let's just carry on with that. I have had the chance to make rag gloves, but I didn't bother, thinking I'd get proper gloves fairly easily, and then I haven't found proper gloves yet. Ooh, a burlap sack. And I do have rope. Yeah, we'll have that. Ah, bastard. Mr. Dies, dude, thank you for gifted 10 memberships. Cheers for gifting 10 memberships, dude.
How many
thank you
famous
very, very
Daves
much.
can you name?
How many famous Daves can I name? Dave Courtney, the wannabe gangster who was a gangster. Dave Courtney. David Duchovny from the Red Shoe Diaries and absolutely nothing else. David Suchet, who played Inspector Poirot. Dave Drain, who used to run the little man with the van round my way. Dave Chappelle, the famous comedian. He's actually a Dave. That's it. That's all of them. There ain't any others. Just them. Everybody in that episode of League of Gentlemen, they were all called Dave. It's season 2, episode 1. Hello, Dave. Yeah, everyone's his wife now. The TV channel, Dave. That's another one. Shaddy, dude, thank you for the gifted membership bomb as well. Cheers for the support, dude. You're very, very, very kind. Thank you very much once again. Cheers, Shaddy. Farmer Dave, thank you. Average Disappointment, thank you. David Rocastle. He was a Dave. Yeah, Rodney from Only Fools and Horses. He was a Dave.
Good day, sir.
I don't think I really want that shit, do I? Let's take it. Shall we make the hand gloves? Let's make the hand gloves. People love it when I call them hand gloves as well. They think I do it by accident. David Letterman, never heard of her.
Tell us all a huge secret.
My peen is actually massive, and I've been pretending it's tiny for nearly 11 years. It's actually, when fully erect, almost 6 3/4 inches. It's absolutely massive. There is a restaurant in the US called Famous Dave's. Wow. So David Attenborough, I don't think he's ever been Dave, has he? You alright, Dave? Can you imagine saying that to David Attenborough?
You filthy
you alright, Dave? How's it going? You going to get down to Snooker Club at the weekend, Dave? And here we see the Commodore Garden, Yob, trying to converse with me.
Alright, Dave.
The King of England, as good as. One of the hairy bikers was called Dave. R.I.P. in peace, one of the hairy bikers that isn't alive anymore. Dave Lister, yeah. Fictional character, though. His real name was not Dave, it was Craig. So it doesn't count. Did you like Top Gear or the Grand Tour more? I probably liked earlier Top Gear before it got shit. I like a lot of even some of the later adventures they did on Top Gear, but not when they started to feel more staged than actually adventures, if that makes sense. They started to feel like they were like, well, how can we incorporate something ridiculous just to make it kind of funny? I know, we'll put a dead cow on top of the car. You know, like when they got that, I just felt like they were a bit too staged, you know. When they were doing decent adventures, one of my favourites was when they did that, was it a 24-hour race, and they were really invested in it. You know, it was a really good, a really good episode. Some of the proper adventures, there's some where they were actually a little bit scared, and so they had to work together, that I found more fun than when they were just taking the piss out of each other and ruining Hammond's car or whatever. Knife wound. Oh no. Did I take the bones for hooks? I've got 2 fishing hooks. I don't need any bones.
I missed my flight home because my bus was at the Ukrainian-Polish border for 6 hours. Then petrol station food I ate on the same bus ride gave me food poisoning and delayed me another day. I just wanted someone to blame, and streamers are meant to be our punching bags, right?
Well, I don't know. I'm fed up of taking these blows. I'm glad you got... No, that sucks, dude. Yeah, I'm pleased to see that it's not actually my fault in the end, though. That much I'm quite pleased about. I didn't do shit, did I? Dude, I hope you're on the mend now. That sucks. Being stuck on the border for 6 hours doesn't sound like a great deal of fun, if I'm honest. I haven't got any kindling. Kindling. Ty Stinky? Where did it go? It went there. Alright. Let's get ourselves a little bit of kindling. The fuck are they both still aggroed? Oh my god. They're both around the corner hiding, pretending that they didn't know, and then here they are, look. Fuck you. Actually, let's put... Oh no, yeah, we'll do that. I need a tree. Give me a tree. I bet that's not a bark tree, is it? Fuck. Is this a bark tree? Looks like a bark tree. Yes. I think I might have... oh, there was trousers in the thing, wasn't there? Maybe I could have just done that. Oh well, never mind. I've got the bark now. Paul must have been in the fire building mood today. I just fancied a bit of a change. I got a bit salty on Chernorus. I've just done that thing I don't like there, haven't I? I got a bit salty on Chernorus the other day after getting killed in a sort of annoying way trying to do the quest. And then I got killed yesterday in a much more annoying way trying to do the quest. So I just fancied something where it was more about just surviving and playing. So that when I get killed now, I just get killed and I'm annoyed rather than get killed because I was trying to do a quest. A birch tree would be dogwood, I'd imagine. I hope a dog bites your wood. Sorry. I don't really. Cheers, Shabazz. Thank you very much. Shropshire. You alright, Dave? You alright, Shropshire? You alright, son? I don't know why I'm talking like Mickey Flanagan wannabe there, but anyway, hope all is well. Looking forward to the start of the season in 3 weeks' time. It's going to be great, isn't it? Liverpool are going to be gazing upon the delights of German superstars, 22-year-old attacking midfield sensations, possibly Isak as well, amongst others, you know. And
hello?
Tottenham will also have some. Hello, I'm the dude that talked to you about the vest, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, you too. Thank you again for the vest.
That's all good.
Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Yeah, cheers, dude. And Tottenham have also got some players, probably. Sorry, that was maybe a low blow. I feel like Thomas Frank is gonna do a good job. He can't... It's weird that he can't actually do better than... why can't I remember Aussie dude's name? He can't do better than Ange. He can't do better than Ange Postecoglou. And yet, in theory, he can't do worse, can he? We do not need players, we want a trophy. Like, certainly can't think that they'll end up with 38 points again. David Davison. Double busy, yeah, I do say double busy. I don't usually say I've got to sign on and then get back to work, no. Oh, come on. Keep looking at my tea mug that's empty, as if it's actually going to have any more in it. It really looks Bob Ross-esque, that painting on the wall, doesn't it? It does look very Bob Rossy. He hasn't got enough of a mountain. There needs to be a bigger mountain in the background, and then some kind of like LSD pink purple sky. Maybe a big old tree in the front that ruins it all. Yep, TWR. Yeah, it's a shame. Oh, fucking hell. Like, come on. Needlessly slow. Real tree or fake tree at Christmas? At the moment, for me, I'm thinking no tree. Personally, I'd rather go fake tree. What's that Ponzi brand? They do some good ones. I forget the name of the brand. We had one at my ex's house, but she got it off of Facebook Marketplace for a good reduction. There's a fancy maker of the fake trees, and they're really good. They're like quite expensive though, but they're good ones. I can't remember. They come with like little gloves for you to use to keep them in good condition, keep them going. To keep it like when you're adjusting them, it comes with gloves that you put on. I can't remember the brand. They're good though. I'm not very keen on real trees. I don't like having to deal with all the fucking pine needles and shit. Leave the real one in the ground and just use a fake one. It's no better or worse, but I can reuse it every year. How dare you slander Bob Ross? I like Bob Ross. It's not slander to say that he's quite keen on an LSD slightly off colour sky. And slapping a great big tree in front of the best bit he just painted, though. One thing I can say, dude, he ain't very good at doing cabins. If there's any house or building in it, it's normally made worse by that. He's brilliant at mountains and trees, but there's this one he did where it's by the water and there's meant to be a few buildings, like a couple of dock buildings or something. I think my kid, when she was 7, could have done a better building than that. It's something about trying to do a building with intricacy when you're starting with some massive great trowel that doesn't quite work. Yeah, Balsam Hill, that's the brand, Barry. Balsam Hill, well done. You know the score. I like Bob Ross, Dan. I quite liked the early days of Twitch Bob Ross. When it was just really fun. It was the best of times. It was the purest of Twitch chats, you know, like people were all in there screaming rush B, and then like percentage chance of a cabin and I don't know, like ruined and stuff. It was the early days of Bob Ross were fun. Why the hell is anyone talking about Christmas in July? Maybe they're thinking of going into the tree selling business. Bob Ross didn't want to do buildings, the audience kept asking for them. Interesting. Oh, come on. This is so fucking slow, isn't it? That's been by the fire for fucking ages. Come on.
TRMZ love.
What's your favourite bean to eat? I don't know, dude. I can't normally find it. It's not runner beans. I don't like... No, sorry, green beans. I don't like green beans. They're the devil. Tried boiling meat in a pot yesterday and my pot went from water damage and still didn't even cook the meat. Well, it should have cooked them, dude. Something bugged there, dude. But they do degrade pretty quick. Fuck. How the... I'm going to die of old age waiting for these fucking little bits of food to defrost. Enchilada, thank you very much for the support. Macmore, cheers for the tier 3, dude. Really appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. And Corn Robinson, thank you for the prime. Cheers for that as well, dude. Thank you. Oh, my God, that took a long while. Oh, dear me. I thought it would be a good idea to do Sakhal, but that was mind-numbing. How long that took was mind-numbing. It really was. I don't feel any shame saying it. Like, defrosting just a handful of shit food takes so long. My God. Oh, good. I'm not even saying it. I wish the Gorky bars would just fuck right off. Never mind. Gun in the bed. And the little one said, "Don't shoot me." There is a better condition gun in the bed.
Almost on our 5th child. Please stop putting babies in me, Paul.
Oh, I can't make any promises, baby. Possessed Stone, thank you very, very much, dude. Dies, dude, thank you very much for the gifted membership bomb. Again, you crazy mofo. Dude, thank you. Oh, thank you very, very much. Danish, thank you very much for the support. Saved, yeah, that was good. That was quite good. He's doing the lake and it's looking all wrong, and then he does that little pull down and brush over technique, and then it suddenly looks like a mirrored lake, and it's amazing. Oh, those were the days. Cheers, dude. Mate, there you go. Where did he go? What the fucking hell's happened? Danish. Yeah, it was Danish, wasn't it? Yeah, take it easy, dude. Ooh, that's a nice lighter. Let's have it. Ooh. I do like a nice furry bag. I think we're going to take that. It's no better than the bag I've already got, but it is a fur bag. Ball bag. A ball bag. Well, that's quite a negative conversation, Schnitz. I don't know. There's quite a lot, but most of the answers to that question are serious. So I think I don't know. I don't think I've got the mindset for that right now. Opinions on Green Day? Well, I like Green. I used to love Green Day. I haven't really listened to any of their stuff since forever ago. I really was a big fan of Green Day. I'm not anti them or anything now. I just don't really do anything new. I'm a pulper about my favourite band, and they've got a new album out, and I haven't even heard it. You know, I don't really do music anymore. If I'm in the car on my own, I listen to Talk Sport. If I'm in the car with other people, they listen to music, and I just do the driving. You know. But yeah, I always did quite like Green Day. I got it wasn't their first album, but the one that made them famous, Basket Case. I got that. I got the older ones that I didn't like so much. Something Smoothed Out Slappy Hours or something, I think it was called. I think the one with Warning on it was my favourite. I really liked that album. Macy's Day Parade and lots of others. I loved that album. I'm really into that one. Dookie was not the first album, but it was the one that made him famous. I think it was something like 1001 Smoothed Out Slappy Hours, which was basically something to do with masturbation. Something like that was the name of their first album. Were you a Prodigy fan? Nah. Before they got really, really big, I quite liked... They were still huge. When they got, like, sort of Smack My Bitch Up big. Where was the other hunting thing? I might take... Like, Firestarter sort of big. I wasn't as keen, if I'm honest. I preferred them when they did Jilted Generation, which was still really popular, but they weren't quite as huge. There was one. I knew there was one that I was meaning to pick up. Verstappen, Leclerc, Norris, 1, 2, 3. Ooh. Interesting that there's no Piastri in there. Maybe Norris can catch up a few points. Where was Piastri? As of now. Okay, it's not finished yet. Firestarter is great. I wasn't as keen. I preferred slightly earlier Prodigy, but to each their own, you know. It was okay.
GG.
Owned, thank you very much. Cheers for the support. Possessed, thank you again. And Mr. Dies, thank you very much once again, dude. That's really, really kind. Thank you. Okay, we'll have that. I'm not going to take them out the box yet because I want to use the red shells first if I can. We did find a hunting scope in a car. I am still a little hopeful that we might find ourselves... Where's my map? There it is. I'm still a little hopeful that we might find ourselves a trifle as well, like a tundra or something. It's possible. They do be spawning around here. I tell you what do be spawning, a shitload of these. Do be. Third place is Piastri now. Boo! Boo, Piastri. Piastri seems like a nice guy, but obviously I want Norris to win the title. I don't think he will, but it would be cool. Ooh, proper gloves. I like Sakhal more than the mouse. I can see that. The event and the quest on the mouse is really cool. Just as a map in terms of survival, I can see that myself. I quite like just to have a life where you're just gearing up and you're just playing the game. I feel like I enjoy Sakhal more than the mouse at times. But if I want action, if I want shooting, if I want to try and achieve some kind of cool quest, or maybe just teleport to Athena 3 or something, you know, that there's a lot more to do on the mouse. That's one thing that I think has been the main criticism of Sakhal, is there's not quite enough to do. I think trying to give me updates on this qualifying isn't really worked, because I thought the first one was the end and now it's all changed. But if it's Norris #1, then I'm very pleased with that. That'd be good, a few points. So it's not even the third qualifying round. Oh, fuck's sake. So I don't even need to know. Yeah, the last time I went to Athena 3, I got bugged and teleported twice and then immediately got shot. Yeah, that was really annoying. Yeah, I'd forgotten about that. It was slightly less annoying than yesterday's bug that led to a death, though. That was more annoying, I think. I enjoyed that run to get to Athena 3. I hadn't actually pulled the thing at Athena 2 and gone to 3 for a while. Who wins the 2026 World Cup? France. Possibly Spain with Yamal. Maybe Spain might be in with a shout. I'd really like to say England, but I just, at the moment, I've lost all faith in England. I feel like England have kind of... When their team lined up about 18 months ago, when our team lined up about 18 months ago, I thought they were full of superstars. And now when I see the team sheet, I think they're full of a big bag of wank. And Jude Bellingham. I may be doing a slight disservice to some other players, and Saka's been out for a while. England have got some decent players, but they look a bit light in defence, don't they? You know, they need... Konza and Gahey look pretty okay, but I think our defence has been a little bit ropey. What are your thoughts on the heli crashes to the south of Sakhal and not towards the centre of the map? I don't think the helicopters have been too poorly placed. The centre of the map isn't... like, you can get to them relatively easily. It's such a small map. If you're a third of the way up from the bottom, you hear the helis, right? I don't think they're too bad. I think their placement is kind of okay, but I don't know. The problem with the helis is you tend to find something like an M16 and then you've got no bullets. They tend to give you a gun that often you can't end up really using. The commercials on your vids are insanely long. You can skip them, Josh. You know that, right? You can skip the ads. You don't have to watch them. The length of an advert on YouTube is not decided by the creator, by the way. So YouTube picks the ads, not me. So just skip them, dude. You don't need to watch the whole thing. I really hope England can get it right. They have got some exciting players. We have got some exciting players. Last tournament was made to feel a little bit worse by Gareth Southgate's inability to drop an injured Harry Kane. I think Harry Kane, on merit, should be the starter at the moment. He scores goals for fun. Once it transpired after the tournament that he was injured, it really annoyed me. You know, like, I was quite defensive of Harry Kane in as far as he is England's best striker, he'll score goals, he should be in the team. When it turned out he'd been carrying an injury and was being played ahead of others anyway, I did get a little bit narked with that. I think that was a bad choice. Cole Palmer's decent. He's not quite cemented his place in the England lineup yet, you know, like, as much as it might not be something Chelsea fans want to hear, I tend to think personally that Jude Bellingham is better than Cole Palmer. There isn't much in it, and Cole Palmer's amazing, but to me that feels a bit like a Gerrard Lampard type situation where you end up not being able to get the best out of both of them, you know. I feel like you can't play both easily. And so you're going to end up favouring Bellingham, because I think all around he gives you a bit more. Owned, thank you very much for the 21 months. Cheers for the support. What's happened to Phil Foden more lately is a bit of a shame. Before the last tournament, Foden and Bellingham looked to be linking up, and I was really excited about that combination. But Phil Foden seemed to have just lost all confidence. Yeah, Anthony Gordon hasn't done anything in an England shirt yet. When he's come on, I haven't really been particularly impressed yet. But I'm still hopeful, you know. I know he's very highly rated and he's played amazing for Newcastle, but for England he hasn't really maybe had many opportunities, but hasn't really took any of them yet either. Josh, well, I understand what you're saying, but I'm just replying with it's not my choice how long the adverts are. That's all YouTube. So YouTube aren't going to give me long adverts and nobody else. If you're getting adverts like that, it's going to be across the whole platform. I can't set how long the adverts are. YouTube do that, not me. So it can't be specific to just my channel. It might just be how you're experiencing it today. But it's not. I don't change it. So it's a YouTube issue and it can't be channel specific. That's not possible. Yeah, it's not. I've got YouTube Premium, so I haven't really experienced how the ads are on YouTube for a while. It is pretty good. I've not tried the YouTube Music yet. I need to give it a whirl. But if it's as good as Spotify or pretty much the same kind of thing, then it makes YouTube Premium quite a good deal. If you have something like Spotify, you can just get YouTube Premium, get the same music stuff, and also never see another advert again on YouTube. You know, that's pretty good. Better than Spotify. I prefer YouTube Music over Spotify. Well, there we are. So if you're paying for Spotify or somebody else's, if you just switch it to YouTube Premium, then you get the same thing, but also you don't get ads on YouTube. I'm going to have to go AFK in a minute and make a cup of tea. I was kind of hoping the server might restart, to be honest, but I don't think it's going to. Allsmack, I think, what's the cost of YouTube Premium? I don't think there's a whole lot in it. I can't remember what the cost of YouTube Premium is now. It's quite bad, that, but I set it up and I can't remember. YouTube Premium is totally worth it, especially if you're a student. I pay £2 a month. Fuck me. I pay $14.99 a month, dollars, I'm guessing. Someone else said $13.99. John, explaining to people how to use ad blocker is really not the way to gain favour with a YouTuber, dude. Thank you for coming in, I appreciate it, but if you're trying to use a browser that removes the ads or an ad blocker that removes the ads, it's a bit like going into a shop and explaining to the owner of the store why you're happy to steal from them when they're not looking. Am I subscribed to any streamers on YouTube? Yeah. If you mean YouTube subscribed, I'm subbed to a hell of a lot of DayZ creators. I don't watch crazy amounts of DayZ content though. I tend to be more into other things. If I'm watching gaming based content, it's more often than not Tarkov. Oh, we're quite near to the little dam thing here. Have I watched Sour's new Tarkov video? Nope. Do I watch Summit? I have done quite a bit in the past. Yeah, Summit's a good dude. I haven't seen Summit lately because he tends to be on when I'm not on to watch streams, you know. back in the day, he used to be on sort of UK afternoons, I think, and I used to see him streaming DayZ quite a lot. Early days of, like, when he was growing his channel still, I guess, you know. He'd been around for ages, but, like, we're talking sort of 2014-ish, you know. How do YouTubers get paid via YouTube Premium, since obviously YouTube Premium stops ads? They still know that you watch the channel, and they allocate a small amount of the premium money. It's the same with Twitch Turbo on Twitch. If you, out of the money that you pay YouTube, they allocate portions of that to the people that you choose to watch. So if you watch a load of my stuff and over the course of a month, but you have YouTube Premium, they'll give me a little share of it, instead of the ads that would have played if you didn't have YouTube Premium. So yeah, that's basically how it works. So it makes no odds to me as the creator, either which way. Joystick, I don't watch loads. It depends what you're wanting to do. The Tarkov I like watching is more the sort of humorous side. So I like watching Burnt Peanut and Stank Rat. More so edited stuff. I don't watch a great deal of streams, to be honest. Not because they're bad, but because I don't really have the time. But I enjoy Stank Rat and Burnt Peanut stuff. They're both good. They're both quite funny in different ways. If I was going to watch a streamer to learn the game, I'd probably watch somebody like Deadly Slob or Smoke if he's on. They're both great Tarkovers. There's loads of others as well. There's lots and lots of others, but they're just a handful, a couple off the top of my head. Do you think the heat buff needs to be quicker to get and last longer? I don't think Sakhal is too far off. I think Namalsk is absolutely broken with the heat buff. I don't care that Sumrak thinks it's okay. That's okay. Me and Sumrak can disagree. I feel like Namalsk is so broken to try and make Sakhal more popular, if I'm honest. Call me a conspiracy theorist, but Namalsk feels kind of broken with the heat buff. It takes ages to get, and it lasts fucking seconds. I don't feel like Sakhal is so far away now. I think it's definitely been improved loads. It would be good if the third plus symbol lasted longer. If you got the clothes to get it, the third plus symbol seems a little bit pointless. You stay at the fire until the third plus symbol appears, and it seems to vanish very quickly. I don't think 2 plus symbols, when you get 2 full ones, I think they last fairly well. You know, I don't think that's too bad. Thinking about making a fire and just going AFK, which might be a risk, but I need to make a cup of tea, and I could kill 2 birds with 1 stone and just make the fire and then come back. Cheers, Kent. Dude, thanks for coming in. Yeah, I can't say I've been too desperate to go back to the mouse, because the plus symbol stuff is just really, really broken. In my opinion, it doesn't really make sense that it lasts so much less time than Sakhal, but takes just as long to get. I can't make it make sense anyway. It takes so long to get the plus symbols, and it lasts so little amount of time. Hi Manta, hope you're good. Use the barrel in the shed. It wasn't a fire barrel, dude, and I've got very little in the way of knives and things. If I use my knife, it'll ruin. So no fire barrel for me. Right, I'll be back. I'm gonna go and make a tea. Hopefully I don't get killed while I'm doing so. How long has it been down? Oh, please don't tell me somebody's killed me. Oh, for fuck's sake. That's what you get. Did it come up saying you are dead then, presumably? Fuck. Oh, for fuck's sake. Dude with an AK pulled up. Fucking brilliant. Do you think DayZ will ever go crossbait? Not in this version of the game, no.
Let's go.
Oh, you fuckers. I better not be dead. Alright, whoever said I was dead first gets a 24-hour ban. Anthrax can have a 2-hour ban. Fuckers. Absolute fuckers. Bans for all. Well done. I actually believed it. There was, when I got back, there was just enough. There was enough ticking over to make it look real. Can I come over for tea? Only if you bring your mum. Piastri's on pole for the sprint race, is he? Okay. Thank fuck for that. Whew. Right, how many sticks? We've still got 3 sticks left. That's good. Right, we're doing okay for scopes. Why don't you make tea in a thermos bottle and have for 6 hours in it? 1, it tends to taste shit out of a thermos. 2, I think for the 2 minutes well, even if it takes 4 or 5 minutes, going to make a cup of tea and stretching my feet, stretching my legs. I know I've only been on 1 hour and 45 minutes at the moment, but over the course of a 6 or a 7 or an 8 hour stream, getting up 2 or 3 times is quite a good thing. I don't want to sit completely static for 6 hours without moving. But it really doesn't taste great out of a thermos. Coffee's better out of a flask. If you're going to make a flask of something, coffee's way better than tea. I've ordered a set of Thrive meals to come on Sunday. I was talking about doing it or not last night, and somebody's sending me a tweet saying, I used to get Thrive, they were called something else, I feel like they've gone a bit downhill, wouldn't recommend. And that reminded me, so I ordered some. After such a stunning review, I thought, how can I not? Thrive, F-R-I-V-E. Veritas, what's blatantly incorrect? Somebody was recommending another company beginning with F. I forget what the name was. Unfortunately, that company doesn't sell in the UK, so I couldn't get those. It's a bit like HelloFresh, but it's just like, it's basically packet meals, but there's no processed stuff. It's like, it's a meal that you can just reheat. You haven't got to actually, like HelloFresh, they send you the ingredients and then you make the food, I believe. Whereas this is like a meal that you just heat up. So it's more like a ready meal, but a healthier choice. Like there's none of the extra salt and the extra shit in it. It's still healthy. Factor was the company, yeah. Factor don't sell in the UK. I don't understand your point, Veritas. Like I said, I think coffee out of a thermos is okay, but tea out of a thermos tastes like shit. And I think you said it was factually incorrect. I think something subjective can't be factually incorrect. If you don't enjoy tea out of a thermos, you can't be wrong, and that's a fact.
TRMZ left.
I'm sure there's some people out there that don't enjoy sexy time at all. They're just like, nah, I'd rather not. Ever. They're not factually wrong. Might have the wrong idea of things, though. Blatantly wrong. Oh, yeah, okay. So not factually, fair enough. But no, tea out of a thermos tastes rancid to me. I used to have coffee quite often. When I used to go fishing, I used to have a thermos of coffee. That was pretty good. But tea just didn't seem to work the same. I'm just trying to head towards where the sniper trifles can spawn. That's what I'm doing at the moment. Do you have tea with 2 tea bags? Fucking hell, Arc at Mr. Moneybags. No, I don't. I use Yorkshire Gold though. It's pretty strong. I don't think you need 2 tea bags. Oh, good Veritas, dude.
Hello, Paul and chat. Happy subiversary.
Chocolate in a thermos. That sounds alright. I quite like a nice hot chocolate. There's an independent coffee / well, drink, the cafe in the town one over from me. And their hot chocolate is amazing. It's so good, really malty, lovely. It's unctuous, it's amazing. However, I'm trying to be healthy, so I haven't had one for ages. When I was in the process of moving out from my ex, and I was staying at my mum's quite a lot. And I'd already started going out for walks. This is in March, and I was walking from my mum's house to this coffee shop, which is about 2 miles, and then walking back, usually via some kind of countryside scenic route. And I had one every day for about a month. It was great. I was one of their best customers. I went in the other day, and it's the first time I've been in for about 2 months. I think they kind of lost a long-term customer, like they'd pissed me off or something. But just trying to be healthy, and also it's too far to walk to there from here. Saving me a quid or two, I guess. Can't shut that. I would like to take this. Yeah, there we go, that'll do. Anywhere around here I could get a Mosin or a Tundra. Or a Blaze. I only did it to try and loot it. It wasn't worth it. Wealthy women from India would put 150 tea bags in the kettle. How big's the kettle? If I tried to put 150 tea bags in anything, there wouldn't be any room for any water. My controversial opinion is that coffee is a type of tea. One's made from coffee beans and one's made from tea leaves. Yorkshire Gold is it's well worth it, Bond. You will not regret it. Hashtag not sponsored. We don't want no shitty dry bag, thanks. What's that there? It's a hat. Oh. Alright. I guess we'll go back over this way. Let me have a little swig. I don't try not to do that thing where I come back and you're telling me I've died. Try not to do that again collectively, you bunch of fuckers. I was actually really disappointed. I was kind of annoyed at myself. I was annoyed at myself for trying to make the fire while going AFK to save a little bit of time. And I was annoyed at the decision making that had led me to that. And I was really, really, really pissed off. And there ain't no need for causing stress like that. I'm already sensitive. Yesterday I died in the most heinous of ways on an amazing video. An amazing video-worthy character that had YouTube gold written all over it. And I was robbed of that I was, by a bug. And now, you bunch of fuckers are trying to put me in an early grave with your fucking you died while AFK after an hour and 45 minutes. I'm going to get fucking PTSD. I'll stop reading the chat for fear of what you're going to say next. Oh, it's only because we love you. Spoken like a real abuser, I'd say. There's a Mosin in there. I have seen it, don't worry.
Emoji, red heart emoji, red heart emoji.
I did say we'd find one, didn't I? I only gone and fucking found one. Just ejecting the bullets, because I never have 100% faith that the bullets are really there. Right, I guess the rack is going to have to fuck off then. Oh no, it can go there. That can fuck off then. Oh no, I don't really want that to fuck off then. Yes. I could even take that. I don't even need to drop it. I'm starting to get some kind of aneurysm about having to dry all... Like, I need to drink these... I don't want those. I need to drink the cans of drink. I need to get those things defrosted. But the last ones took so long. I don't know if I can be bothered. I don't know if I've got the energy. I don't know if I've got the stamina for that. Yeah, I dropped the small rack mag that was empty. Crack. There are tons of teas that don't use tea leaves. Nicholas, that may well be the case, but it's still primarily not made with coffee beans, though, is it? It's not the building, Sigsy. It's where we are on the map. The middle of the map, particularly the south middle of Sakhal, is really, really good for hunting rifles and scopes. That's why we've been finding Mosin rounds. It's why we found the gold, the box, the box of 308. Same with the scopes that we found. We're in the Bibby, and then all of these bits in the south central of the map is where you get the hunting rifles on the map. So this is the airfield, Horobo. Horobo, there's the airfield. That's the town. All of this stuff, all around here. This is we're here at the moment, but this bit here, all of this, all of this, all of this, all around here, is all the best places to find rifles, as well as Bibby where we were before. It's rifle central. It's why I actually, from Bibby I didn't go to the military base. I came along this way because I wanted to come here to try and get a sniper rifle. I have
Good
the
day,
plus
Paul,
symbol.
and happy belated birthday.
Thank you. Cheers for the support, Acepo. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming in. Appreciate it, dude. I've got the plus symbol. I'm going to leave that to start defrosting while I loot these couple of
Treat
houses,
yourself
and
to
then
some
I'm going to go
T-Beans,
and
boss man. Happy belated 38.
catch the
Again,
plus
TRMZ
back up
love.
again in a sec. T-beans. Yeah, I'll treat myself to some T-beans, Royton. That sounds like a good plan. Thanks for the support, dude. Thank you.
Nercophilia by way of Bibby Cocky.
Yeah, Necrophilia and Bibby Cocky, they're the best too. I'd like to change these pants. I don't really want to do this, but I think I'm going to do this. There we go. You can get guns in these as well. Even these little sheds, they spawn guns. All the fucking guns. Oh shit! I've got another drink on me. It does glow a little bit. It's not infallible, that is it? I am chuffed with Liverpool's transfer window. Honestly, I'm a little bit confused about the Isak thing now, though. After they've signed Ekatekas, I'm a little bit confused. I feel a little bit bad for Ekatekas if they try and get Isak as well. I don't really understand that. I feel like if they obviously they want to sell Nunes, and unfortunately Diogo Jota's died, and that's really, really sad. But spending all that money on Ekatekas and then also buying Isak as well seems absolute insanity to me. It's a little bit like I don't know, for want of a better analogy, they're a watch collector and they've got absolutely hooked on buying fancy watches, and they're Rolex ADs, and rang them up and told them that they can have the Rolex Daytona, and so they've gone in and bought it. And then the next day they've said, oh, you can have a Pepsi, and they've gone in and bought it. And then the next day they've said that you could have a RLX Titanium Yachtmaster, and they've just gone, all right, I'll have that too, without realising that they're maxing out their credit cards, they're now in debt, and they've got no money. You know, like they seem to be, I don't know. It seems a bit. They seem to have got a bit addicted this year. Salah, yeah, well, the African Cup of Nations will take Salah, which is very true. And they're going to sell Chiesa, chances are. Chiesa wants to go back to Italy. Not that they had 5 attackers last year, excluding Chiesa, right? So they've got Gakpo, Nunes, Salah, Diaz, and Jota, who sadly passed away, obviously. They're going to sell probably Diaz and Nunes. So I can see them needing the players, but Isak is so much money. I don't think Barcelona can afford Isak, Man Spider. No way. If Barcelona could afford Isak, they'd have probably signed Diaz because they wanted him. They can't. They're buying They've gone for Marcus Rashford on loan because they're fucking skint, haven't they? Rustic, cheers for the support, dude. Cheers for the necrophilia to all by way of Bibby Cocky. Yeah, you know that. You know the man. They still have 250 million to spend and not go over financial fair play. I know that, dude, but it's not really their way. You know, I understand that they probably feel now's the time to invest, and I think that's really commendable. But I'm a bit worried that they're going to spend all of that money on another striker, and then they're going to be stuck with Kanate, who might be leaving or not, Van Dijk at centre-back, and no cover because they've sold Kwanzaa. You know, where's the replacement for Kwanzaa? They were light at centre-back last year. Yeah, there aren't many places he can go, you're right. There aren't many. can't remember which ones you said. Yeah, Bayern Munich. He could go to PSG, I guess. They wouldn't be on your list, but PSG, I suppose. Whether he would or not is another matter. But
TRMZ balloon.
oh god, this is so slow. Jesus fucking Christ. Hotfix, dude, 2 months. Holy shit! Thank you very, very much. Yeah, I think they'll probably sell Elliot as well. Elliot had such a good England under-21 tournament as well, didn't he? He was player of the tournament, right? England won the under-21s. He was player of the tournament. Like, usually, having the under-21 player of the tournament would be a hell of a benefit to your team, and they're going to sell him, you know? Like, I feel a bit... I don't think he can really get a starting berth at Liverpool, but I feel like he could end up being an amazing player at some point, you know? I don't know if he's going to be quite starter for Liverpool, Man City, Arsenal sort of level or not. I don't know if he's going to be knocking on the door of England, like challenging Cole Palmer or Bellingham. If he can keep progressing, you just don't know, though. There's definitely something about him. Yeah, that's right, Chopstick. I mean, they've obviously got Wirtz and Szoboszlai ahead of him in the pecking order. I think they've got too many attacking midfielders and probably not enough centre-backs, you know, so, yeah. Probably going to have to go. Well, you never know, man, Spider. What's going on with my phone today? My phone has just been pinging with news all day. I need to try and turn that news off. You know, like the news app. It seems to be flashing with some new news story like every 10 seconds today, and none of it seems that important. Elliot could challenge Foden's place. I'm not sure Foden gets in the team at the moment. He can't get in ahead of Bellingham as an attacking, like, central focal point of the midfield, if you like. He doesn't seem to work very well on the left. I don't think Foden's a starter at the moment, but he's such a good player. I hope he finds his form. It's one of those things that, like, I think Saka's probably nailed on for a right wing / right forward position. Bellingham's a shoe-in for the one behind the striker. And so the left-hand attacking, the opposite side to Saka is probably the position available, you know. Whether someone like Cole Palmer can hold that down. Or Foden, I don't know. Cole Palmer would be the form pick. I don't watch Chelsea enough to know if he can play there very well, to be honest. Wow. I think I might keep the Moes in just for a change. I don't know. I can't, can I? I've got to go with the Blaze. It's the Blaze. And I have more bullets as well. Xabi Alonso is going to be playing Bellingham further back, so he could end up playing in the 8 again for England. Maybe. This is a bold prediction. And I hope well, I don't hope I'm wrong, but I don't wish Xabi Alonso ill. I've just got a sneaky feeling that Xabi Alonso won't be at Madrid very long. They didn't win the Club World Cup. If he doesn't win the Champions League, if he gets pipped by Barcelona to the Liga or whatever it's called, their top division, League One. I forget what it's called. That one. I wouldn't be surprised if Xavi Alonso doesn't last very long. Real Madrid are not very patient, are they? And following Ancelotti is not going to be easy. Hey Ariana Snow. Yeah, doing alright. It's been a relatively slow day action-wise, but we're doing okay. I'm going to hide the Mosin somewhere. I'm not quite sure where yet. Sorry guys, just give me a second. This is probably something I don't need to do, but I'm just going to quickly hide the Mosin somewhere without showing where I'm hiding it. Should give you the camera really, shouldn't I? I was trying to look down the toilet. Who have Madrid signed? Obviously they've signed Trent at right back, free transfer. They're on about signing Canate, aren't they? Who have they signed? I haven't really been paying attention, but I don't know. I feel like they might not be quite so great as people are hoping, perhaps. Yeah, they're centre back from Bournemouth. Yeah, Dijon or whatever. Yeah, Liverpool wanted him, didn't they? And he obviously went there. To be honest, I'm not. This is not me as a salty Liverpool fan hoping Madrid do terribly because Trent's gone there. I actually hope Trent does amazing at Madrid. I hope he gets to the point where he's holding down the England right back position reliably, because I think it's a bit unfair. I know some people think he can't defend, but England can't score half the time. They can't create chances. Like England can't create chances. They look really kind of out of ideas to create often. And they've got probably the most creative right wing back in the game, always sitting on the bench or playing out of position because Southgate wanted to try something. You know, like it'd be nice to see him get a run at right back and just see. Maybe it causes leaky goals and is a bad idea, or maybe it creates goals that we can't create. DayZ, 12 years old game. Hi Martin, thanks for the history lesson. Still getting updates, by the way, dude. I think it's a kind of cool thing that it's still being played and it's still popular when it's been out so long. It's cool. It's been more popular in the last year than it was when it came out. Alright, forget you then. Helipilot, thank you for gifting Mia Khalifa the sub. That's really kind. Thank you, Jowosa, thank you. Rustic, thank you again. And Hotfix, thanks for the very, very long resub, dude. Hi, Kriko. Hope you're good. Oh, fuck me. Now it wakes up. Kriko, I died, dude. I got killed. I got the grenade at the crater, and then got killed, unfortunately. Very, very frustrating. Because I didn't even need to be near the crater, right? I was only at the crater because of the fucking bug. I know, Mad, you're right, dude. I can see you saying hello to Uncle Food there. I haven't seen Uncle Food in the chat yet, but you're right, Uncle Food. Hope you're good. See what I mean about the 308 though, right? And the stuff. Helly, thanks again. Jawaza, thanks again. Cheers for the support, peeps. Oh, I need to get this tea down me. I went AFK to make it. I died while AFK while making it, and somehow was reincarnated. I don't know where that came from, sorry. I'm sure that was really in tune. I hate that old cow zombie. That would be cool, wouldn't it, if there were zombie cows? That's how they'd go. They'd sound a bit maniacal. Wow, another Mosin. Mosins everywhere. So let's all get shot in the back. Your mum or dad playing instruments? Nope. There's definitely a joke or two there, but I'm not going there, I'm afraid. No. And no one else better do either. No, not that I'm aware of. They're never really... very similar to me, not very musical. Where did those bullets go for the Mosin? There they are, just trying to drop them. Well, we could make a bottle suppressor, couldn't we? Do I have to defrost it before I can make it? Oh, I never got the fucking duct tape, did I? Oh, maybe we'll do it next time. Is there any lore behind the infected that the developers talked about? A long time ago, Corn, yeah. The basic premise of the game is that they're infected with a virus. They're not actually zombies, so... They're infected with a virus that kind of makes them a bit like the undead in the Crazies or in 28 Days Later. If they bite you, you don't turn into a zombie. They're not trying to turn you. Although in 28 Days Later, if you get... you can be turned, so that's not quite such a good example, to be honest. Like, anyway, they're not... You don't turn if you get bit or anything. They're infected with some disease that the survivors are immune to. It's a pandemic, man. Pandemic. From before pandemics were even fashionable. Okay, I'll have that. I think I'm about ready to drop this rack. It's getting right on my nerves. Might as well have a better condition sewing kit. That will make so much difference. Oh, a tundra. I was talking about bottle suppressors, thinking I still had the Mosin. So I think we'd best take the tundra so that I can use the bottle suppressor that I intended to make. Hi X, hope you're good. What's the meaning of the Z in DayZ? Zero, day zero, as in the day of the outbreak or some shit. You can call it zombie if you like, though. One thing you can say though with confidence is that in the early days of standalone, Dean Hall used to go around doing presentations, and the first slide said DayZ, it's not a zombie game. Even though it has got zombies in it, alright? They never used to call them that. They were quite anal about it back then. Certainly in the early days of standalone, they were very anal about calling them infected and not zombies. Well, it isn't really a zombie game, lol players. It isn't. It's not like Left 4 Dead or COD Zombies or something. The zombies are a small part of the game, but they're critical. But they're critical in the way that they make players more likely to bump into each other. You know, that the initial inception for the game was nothing to do with zombies, right? It was all sorts of other things around survival and a particular experience he'd had after training in the military, and then he'd gone out on some massive training, like 2-day excursion, doing some sort of training like for the special forces would do. And after the training, one of the other people that were doing it shared a biscuit with him, and he felt like crying about it because he'd had such a harsh time and it meant so much. And he was trying to recreate that kind of feeling in a game where you were just pleased to find a can of beans or something, you know. So it wasn't, although zombies are a big part of the game, they're there as a tool to try and guide the players together. It's really a survival sandbox game where you can do what you want and play how you want and treat people how you want. The game is for you to decide, but it's not really a game where you're going around surviving the zombies. They're a piece of piss, you know, but they're a much needed nuisance to allow you to bump into the players on the map. I can't remember where the duct tape was, but I'd quite like to get the duct tape. Well, this has been full of all the epic loots. Right, what about that? I've got one there, one there. Only have 2 bandages. Oh, that's not good. The zombie had a blood bag, and I wasn't going to take it, but now I think I will. This one. This feels like a million years ago, but there's like a tutorial or something in the beginning of the game, and there's a guy on the radio. I can't remember what was said. I don't know what game you mean. I'm befuddled now. Might be easy for you as a vet. Well, deleted. They are a nuisance, and if you get caught in the wrong place, like in a doorway, you can get a bit bugged and you can get killed. But it really isn't a zombie survival game. Maybe in the early days they are. I do remember when I first started playing the game, I was actually terrified of the zombies, you know, like the sound of the zombies even back then, and being chased by one. I actually got a bit like they would affect my enjoyment of the game, like not in a negative way, but they made it a bit more like a horror game and stuff. But I was just so new and everything felt so hard. But you very quickly get used to the kind of early stages and stuff, and the zombies are more just like portable loot carriers, you know, they're like hod carriers for food and knives and stuff. It's such a big expansive map. The zombies they just facilitate everything else the game needs, you know, like you're going to a town, you have to deal with the Zeds, they slow you down, and it means that the other players have more of a chance to concertina up to you and then shoot you or hold you up or team up or whatever they might do, you know, like without the zombies everybody would just be conveying around and not really bumping into each other so much. Of course DayZ's a sandbox game though, so you can play it like it's a zombie survival game. You can go in an empty server and survive it and play how you want. But the initial idea of the game was all around creating opportunities for real world players to bump into each other. That's what DayZ was for. Must have forgotten to loot this. I thought the duct tape was around here, so I'm just coming back for that, and I can't fucking find it. I think it might have been in one of these two sheds. If not, I'm giving up. I can't remember where it was. I definitely saw some, but I can't keep going back and back and back. There it is. On. It's so annoying. I've got to defrost it so I can make a bottle suppressor. That's kind of Scooter, cheers for the 46 months. Distortion, thank you for the membership, dude. And for the super chat, $2 because you got robbed. Well, thank you very much. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Sorry, it's took me a little minute to see that. Thank you very much for coming in. Cheers for the membership and also for the super chat as well, dude. Thank you. Well, we're doing okay. I really need to change these white pants. These white pants are not doing me okay, are they? They're good for temperature, but they're terrible for getting seen and getting deaded. Players are the scariest part of DayZ. I'm sick of getting jump scared by players camping in forests, sniping me or sitting in corners with full auto weapons. Yeah, and they are kind of meant to be, but it can be frustrating too. You can obviously, if you're just wanting to chill out and just loot around and explore, you can obviously go on a lower pop server. Kind of an empty server if you want. I personally don't do that, but you can. Sometimes it's chill. It's nice and chilled out to just have a little breeze through, and sometimes looting can be fun. I've had a few times where I've had some bad things happen, you know, when my dad was ill and whatnot. I've kind of just took myself off away and gone into a server that didn't have many players and just looted for an hour or two, you know, like not really wanting to meet any players. It can be kind of alright for a change. Just got a pizza every Breaking Brad. Very nice. I knew that would happen. Oh, I've just emptied those out for the bullets and they were going on the floor. Oh, so maybe the last one only went on the floor then, perhaps. I might have got away with it, I don't know. I bought myself something really different for lunch tomorrow. I am streaming tomorrow, but after lunch. I bought myself a couple of Aberdeen Angus burgers from Sainsbury's and some kind of Promise gluten-free brioche bun and some plastic cheese slices. Apparently the gluten-free brioche bun's actually really good, so I'm going to make myself a couple of dirty burgers for lunch tomorrow. It's going to be great. I'm really quite... as I was in the shop, I saw the burgers. I'm just thought, I really fancy making it. I bought myself a little jar of pickled green chili peppers as well, so I quite like putting a few chopped up chili peppers in there. Like pickled ones, right? So a couple of pickled peppers that Peter Piper picked, and melty cheese, ketchup, little bit of salad. It'd be fucking orgasmic. I may be late starting the stream because I'll be having so much of a food porn orgasm afterwards. Oh, Costa, well thanks for the kind words. Try not to swell my head though, dude. I don't want my head swelling. I'll need that blood for the food erection I'm giving myself in the morning, you know. No hot sauce. No, I'll get a little bit of just a tiny bit of warmth in it from the chili peppers, the pickled chili peppers, right? I don't want hot sauce in it. Hot sauce is for chicken, not burgers. Just my rule, not yours. You have hot sauce wherever you like. I quite like just kind of cheese, melty cheese, ketchup and ting. I don't need it to be too spicy. I had hot sauce with my chimkin 3 days in a row. I'm liking it actually. I forget I think it's called the Good Sauce Company or something. They keep doing adverts on Instagram at the moment, but they just do sauces with like healthy ingredients, and there's no E numbers and no extra shit. So their chili sauce, they're just their hot sauce is basically red jalapenos, some kind of one of the vinegars, like red wine vinegar or white wine vinegar, whatever it is, and then salt and garlic, and that's it. There's like 4 or 5 ingredients, and it's really good. It's really spicy. It's really, really nice. It tastes great as well. So I've been on that. Pretty much everything is good on a burger. That's true. I also bought their buffalo sauce. Their buffalo sauce. So they like a competitor of Frank's. And it is good. I don't like it. I probably like it at least as much as Frank's, but the regular hot sauce is better. I'm just going to get that. Or at least I like the regular hot sauce. Tastes great. Add some avocado. I don't really like avocado. I know it's all the rage. It's all the rage with all the healthsters, right? Avocado's the shit. If you want to sound middle class, have avocado on toast for breakfast, I think. I believe Redline has it every day. He might not. I don't really like the texture of them, the kind of oily, greasy. Yeah. It ain't my thing. It just feels like it's just all slippy and soft and. Ugh. Coleslaw on a burger's good, J-Chud. Yeah, I can see that. That's good. Right. I'm only really making this fire so that I can defrost my bottle of water. I don't like that they charge $3 for one avocado. Well, it has to be flown from somewhere totally tropical, doesn't it? I think that's why they cost a lot. It's because they don't make it where you live, unless you would live somewhere very hot, like, say, Mexico or something. Screw Angus. Wagyu is the way to go. I don't know, dude. I actually nearly went for the 3% fat option, the low fat option. But to be honest, I'm eating so much lean protein at the moment, and I'm having one steak a week, to be fair, but mostly my protein is coming from just chicken breast at the moment, or chicken thigh maybe. I just fancied a change, but yeah, these all do. They did have some kind of wagyu burgers, but they were £5 instead of £3.50, and this is just for 2, and I'm only putting them in a burger, you know. I think they'll be fine. I don't like the words ring sting. You can regret in the morning certain things. I need to empty it, don't I? What's my favourite dessert? Creme brulee. The grandparents' favourite. I love creme brulee. They can fuck it up. Restaurants sometimes can fuck up a creme brulee. But a traditional creme brulee, really, really wide, really, really shallow, with lovely, lovely all burnt, unctuousy sugar on the top. Oh, God, it's good. It's got to have all, like, loads of vanilla pods or whatever it is. All the bits of vanilla dust in it. And, oh, God, it's good. Just proper, regular creme brulee. Oh. How many viewers on Twitch? 1,400. Today is actually a low viewing figure day, believe it or not, because it's not my I don't normally stream Fridays, so when I do stream a Friday, I tend to get a much lower audience than I do any other day of the week, because it's be interesting to see how tomorrow is, because Saturday is normally a good stream viewing day, but I've spent years not streaming Fridays and Saturdays, so when I do, it never goes quite so well. It's weird how that works, but people just get used to you, like they get used to the days you're on. It's not weird, it kind of makes sense, but nonetheless. Right. I'm ready for some new trousers, and then I'm ready for some shooting. I might actually go back and see if we can find the science guy. Finding a lot of those, haven't I? Little odds and sods. I'm going to check this crashed heli, and then I think I'm going to head back towards the factory area and the science guy. This server was lots and lots of players. Obviously, we bumped into a few. I've had one try to kill me. I've had one actually kill me, and then we talked to the guy as well. We talked to that dude a few times. There are plenty of players in the server. It may have lost a little bit of server pop while it was night time, but the night time's coming to an end, obviously.
What does this prime button do? Also, I got Elf Burger if you ever are in Canada.
I thought you said Elf Burger for a minute. I was like, Elf Burger? I don't know about that. Elf on a shelf and now in your belly. Draxis. Well, I've not really given Canada much thought, but I would like to do more travelling at some point. I need to be able to commit to taking a bit more time off, and also someone to travel with as well. You know, there's there's a few hurdles to cross there, but nonetheless, I'd quite like to do a bit more travelling. Maybe not quite Canada just there. I am going to San Diego in October, but I suspect all I'll see is the inside of many bars. Bison burgers. M Bison burgers, yeah. I am going to TwitchCon, yeah. It's all booked, everything. I've got my tickets. I got my tickets. I got the flights booked. I've applied for the ETSA dealie that you need to do, like the visa to go to the US from the UK. I've applied for that, sorted the hotel, all booked. So you might want to lock up your mums in October. You hunted the elk yourself. Very cool. What do you actually do at TwitchCon? I don't know. I've never been to one. They host a lot of things actually at the event. I think for most streamers it's just a way to do two things. Meet up with viewers and mods from their channel and have a bit of a channel style meetup. And then also, on top of that, meet up with other streamers that are streaming in their category, or streamers that they know vaguely, and kind of see other streamers and get to know them a little bit too. I should have defrosted my peaches, shouldn't I? That was a mistake. Oh well. I really should have put that on. I don't know what I was thinking. But yeah, it's just basically a massive meetup for different reasons. There are ways you can go there and obviously try and make connections with potential sponsors. You can go to like sessions where they'll introduce new features for Twitch and tell you about stuff. And I probably won't be going to any of those, to be honest. Maybe I should. How long is the flight to San Diego? It's 11 hours and 20 minutes. It's a long flight. Yeah, it is a long flight. It's really awkward with the... when I went to Vegas, I found it awkward. On the way there, I found the jet lag quite hard to adjust to as well, because how it works is that you tend to take off. The flights are normally about 11 a.m. in the UK, and then you fly for 11 hours and 20 minutes, so when you land, it feels like it's 10 p.m., but it's like 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock in the afternoon or something like that. And so you spend all afternoon thinking you should be asleep and acting like a zombie, and then you finally crash about 8 or 9 p.m. when it's far too early. And hopefully I can adapt, because I struggled when I went to Vegas. I found myself going to sleep at like 9 p.m. every night. I didn't really adapt to the clock at all. I'd like to do that this time if I can, because I want to be out in the evening, you know. But yeah, it's a fairly long flight. I've got a couple of credit cards which I don't leave any balance on, but they accrue points for like flights. So I managed to get the free premium economy flights. Not quite for nothing, but nearly for nothing. So I booked the flights. We're using the points from cards, and so I'm flying premium economy, and the total cost for the flights there and back is £2,000, and I paid $355, which I think was pretty good. You have to pay the taxes. Oh shit! Even if you fly with the points, you still have to pay the taxes. You can't get away from that, so you have to pay a bit. But the premium economy British Airways is pretty good. I've never flown it, but it looks pretty good. More legroom, decent sized screen, and like a bar and stuff. Oh fuck me! I'm doing well. I'm doing really well. My other shells are in a box. I've not had to shoot at anything today, and it clearly shows. Holy shit. Just remember that nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. I find that baffling, that meme. I still don't fully understand what the fuck started that. Change your sleep schedule before you go. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, aside from the fact that it would also affect the stream schedule some, you know. But yeah, it's not a bad shout, dude. I'm hoping I'll be able to do a little bit of sleeping on the plane. On the way back, that would be good. I struggled like fuck. When I went to New York with my ex, on the flights, on the way back, the flights are always overnight. They're always overnight. So if you can sleep on the plane and get back in the morning in the UK, you're laughing. But if you don't sleep on the plane, you've basically not slept for like 30 hours or something. So I got back to Heathrow from New York, and I couldn't sleep on the plane. I couldn't get comfy. I just couldn't sleep at all. And then I had to get in the car and drive the car back from Heathrow Airport to where I live, which is at least a couple of hours. And that was not much fun. Fucking hell. It was horrible. I was like a fucking zombie. Medic, there aren't any overnight flights there, dude. There aren't any. They all... just because of the way the time changes work, they get you there... The flights that set off are designed to get you there for sort of hotel check-in time, if that makes sense, you know? So, as far as I gather... there may be some, but all the flights that I could see all seem to take off in the morning and then land there fairly early afternoon because of the time change, you know.
Thanks for everything, Paul TRMZ Lev.
I don't actually like the slugs, dude. I'd rather use the buckshot. I don't like slugs in a shotgun. I've got the Tundra if I want to shoot something strong. I'm actually only really here for trousers, so I
What
actually
do
ought to
wives
look
and
properly.
hurricanes have in common? On arrival, they're wet and wild. When they leave, they take the house and car with them.
Well, okay. I'd quite like to meet your ex-wife. Doesn't sound anything like my ex-wife. I hasten to add, I'm talking about my ex-wife, not my ex-girlfriend, fiancée, by the way. Right, that's what I was here for. Kind of alright with that. I think I might just disappear with that. I don't think we need to stick around anymore. I don't think much spawns here anyway. Right, let's go and get the scientist. It's always the going home time change that wrecks you, is it? It depends which way I'm going. But if I'm going towards America, I find landing there much harder. I find maybe because you're on holiday, maybe you just want excited and you want to keep it up and immediately. I find getting there much harder. Like on the way home, I'd never aside from the tiredness when I first land. But once I'm home, I can have a little sleep, just have a sleep for a couple of hours in the afternoon or whatever, and then sleep in the evening as normal, and I'm completely back on track straight away. But when I go there, when I fly to America, I've only done it twice, but both times I struggled to adapt very well to the time changes on the way there. I did find the second one easier. When I went to New York, I found it easier because I'd done so many 24-hour streams. I probably adapted better because I'd done lots of 24-hour streams, lots of 30 hour streams I did a couple of. And it probably stood me in good stead for that, for the lack of sleep. Do I actually need any? I could do with that mag. What am I dropping though? I'm just carrying a load of junk, aren't I? I can drop that. I don't even have the... Oh, there's a space there, that'll do. Every time I tune in, you are running. Well, clues in the name, dude. Look up the Gaslight District in San Diego. It's where the badass food and pubs are near the convention center. Italy is cool too. Well, yeah, I think, I don't know if it's the Gaslight area, but they have something called a Twitch block party on the Saturday night. And they close down an area of like the food district, I think. And then you get like tickets and you get food, drinks and food. You get like food tokens and drinks and whatnot, which sounds kind of cool. I'm going to that, I think, but I'm probably going to be led by whoever I'm with where we go. You know, I think Redline's planning some kind of meal at some point, I believe, but I'm pretty sure we'll end up in the regular food bit. Apparently, the gas lamp district is where our hotel is. Coach Z says. So yeah, so we're staying in the gas lamp district. Coach Z already knows. What's everyone going to eat today? Hippodrome. I'm going to have a rather disappointing. That's not entirely true. I quite like it, but I've had it once a week for about 10 weeks. I'm having a rather regular chicken tikka masala from Sainsbury's. However, it will be the last one for at least a week because I'm trying that Thrive thing next week. I've got 6 healthy pre-made meals coming from Thrive with a V. No, it's not an advert. I'm not sponsored. I just bought it. So once I've tried it, I can let you all know how much of a rip-off it is, or not. I am so flippant with these things though, right? I just told it that I wanted meat, gluten-free, and I was trying to eat fairly healthily and save time or some shit, right? I gave it the things and it just picked out 6 meals. I didn't really look at what they are. Like, I could have said, oh, I don't want that, I'm going to try that. I just ordered it. I just ordered whatever the first 6 recommendations they said were. And the simple reason is that I'm so sick of the ones I'm already having. I just thought I'd try whatever they send me kind of thing, and then see how it is kind of thing. Is there still a full Sakhal server? I guess the DZSA launcher will give you that answer, dude, but normally there are, yeah. And I joined this server 3 hours ago. There was quite a lot of people in it then. I suspect there'd be even more people in it now. Nah. It'd be fine if you're not a fussy eater. Well, I'm not really. I want to try and avoid the gluten. I chose no fish stuff though. I don't really want. I don't mind fish in certain scenarios, but fish with like fish sauce, and I don't go a bundle for that. So I avoided the fish ones. So I've got mostly chicken and beef and such like. What made me choose Thrive over the hundreds of others? Average sim guy, I don't really know. I do know that they're obviously reasonably healthy as far as ready-made meals go. So I'm sure others are as well. But I wanted one that was just like stick it in and heat it up. You know, I wanted one that allowed me to put it on while I'm streaming and then just go and get it to eat it while I'm streaming. So something like HelloFresh, where they're sending you the ingredients and you have to cook it yourself. That would kind of defy the point of what I was doing it for, because I want it to save time so I can just put something in and then eat it while streaming. So I just chose a healthy one that would give me that option, and they seemed about the best for the UK. The other one that's very popular in America land, whose name I've forgotten again, they don't sell in the UK. There's a similar one in America, but they don't actually sell out to the UK, so they aren't set up. Factor, yeah, sorry, I keep forgetting their name. Makes sense that I keep forgetting their name because we don't have it over here. So Factor are one in America that are a bit similar, but they don't actually have, they're not set up here. Bro, just make a sandwich. Foresword, I don't really want to have a sandwich for my main meal, and I am gluten intolerant, so dude, have you ever tried gluten-free bread? It's pretty depressing. So sorry, dude. No, if it's all right with you, I'll not have the most depressing and awful sandwich I've ever had in my life. If that's all right with you. It's really not great. HelloFresh is kind of pricey. I'm guessing Thrive probably is as well. Obviously they do this. They always try to hook you in, right? So the first week's 40% off. The second and the third week's 20% off, I think. So they try to hook you in and then get you... Because when you sign up for like... It's like a weekly subscription thing that you then cancel. And you can cancel any time. I'm guessing they try to get you in with the discount and then you start having deliveries and get used to it. I wasn't actually meant to be coming here. I think I'm just going to check this roof and then skedaddle. I don't really want to stay here. killed a few dudes here. Also been killed here a bit too. Try prep my meal. Well, I've already tried this one now, dude. So I'm not gonna try another one yet. I'll do this one for a couple of weeks and then maybe see. Do prep my meal turn up and you just heat them up, or do you actually get ingredients that you have to cook with? Right. I'm quite capable of going to the shop and choosing ingredients and making meals. It's the time factor that's the thing I'm trying to get back, because I'm not really in the morning able to just take this morning. I got up about 8. I had to do exercises for my feet. I did press ups. So I did 60 press ups, 3 sets of 20. I had to do my foot exercises because I've got problems with my ankle. Then I made my breakfast and had that, and then I went out for a walk that was 2.5 hours, it turns out. I got back and went shopping, and then I had a shower, and then I had some lunch, and then I started the stream. I have absolutely no time for prepping the evening meal, unless I don't go out for the walk, of course, but I'm trying to be healthy and the walk's quite beneficial for that, you know. My 5-year-old came back and told me that Messi was the GOAT because he has a Ballon d'Or. Very cool. Well, cheers for letting us know, Mark. Please let me know what other streamers are top tier. Barbie seems like a cool dude, by the way. It just seemed a bit random. I just read that and I didn't see whatever conversation was going on. We're American and don't really follow football. Well, I wonder where he picked that up from then. How many steps did you get in? What am I on today right now? Well, it hasn't polled for a while, but I've been mostly sitting on my ass. So 17,591 is how many steps I'm on at the moment. Does walking into the Chinese count as exercise? Depends how far a walk it is, I guess. Probably not. Maybe if you overorder and you're carrying a really heavy succulent Chinese meal, it can count as weightlifting as well. Hey Muller, you're right, dude. NG Slack, I don't really want to do that, dude. I don't. I think it's very cool. You're working from home and you're able to get on a treadmill while doing so. I think it makes sense. I think it wouldn't be so ideal for me while streaming. But never mind that. That the walking that I do it has 2 benefits. One is the physical side of things, and the other is the mental side of things. I get locked into the internet and I get locked into all of this stuff and streaming and YouTube comments, and that bit of the day is the only bit of my day where I'm not like hyper focused on the internet, you know, and it's really quite good. I don't really want to take that away from myself. Fetching a meal, a succulent Chinese meal, sir. I see you know your judo well. Right. There was some dude in here the other day saying that they'd spent at least an hour around the volcano looking for the science guy and couldn't find him. So now let's immediately find him. I was just about to say I really ought to have done something with the food. That's an idea. DayZ charity stream while you run a marathon on a treadmill. I'd rather stream myself chopping my cock off with one of those things that slices up eggs. I think they're called egg slicers. That's quite bad. Like if you accidentally severed your cock, maybe they could reattach it. But if you used one of those things that turns eggs into slices of eggs, but it was turning a peen into slices of peen, it's gone. That's bad, isn't it? I'm actually wincing a little bit. Oh no! Please don't, Aggie. It would be great on a pizza, though. if that's what you want, you know. Josh, if you're meaning me and my ex, I've not talked about, like, and I moved out. It was me that drove our breakup as such. But I do still love her, and relationships are hard, you know. It's just very complex. There's some really obvious reasons that I could talk about, but I just don't want to. It's not. And when I say obvious, I don't mean things she's doing. I just mean things that happen between couples and challenges in relationships and whatnot, you know. But I just don't. I feel it's too recent, and I don't think it's fair either, you know. Like when my ex-wife asked me to move out, she'd asked me to move out. And I talked about it a bit more openly. I wasn't slating her or anything, but I talked about it because this time it feels like I'm tailing on a decision that I've made. It just doesn't feel right, you know. So I'm never going to talk about it. It just doesn't feel right to my ex, like I say. Why am I here questioning my life choices? I don't understand. What you mean that the egg slicing talk is wrong? Pizza is overrated. If it's got slices of penis on, it's definitely overrated. Holy shit. How long you been together? 2016. Opinion on green tea? It's green. I don't really like all the other teas. I just like English breakfast tea. I've tried green tea. I've had it, and I've had chamomile, and I've had a few different ones. I can't really stick all of the other ones. I just like regular English breakfast tea. Most of the others it tastes like you're drinking something that's like just been strained through a bowl of potpourri. It tastes like something that comes from a haze plug-in. You know, I don't want to be drinking some kind of Febreze thing. Don't mean to try and beat a dead horse, but you try and go for another walk after you stream as well. It depends, David. I won't be doing today because I've already done, like I was saying, 17,500 steps or something, and I overwalked this morning. But I do that quite a lot. I have done a few evening walks after the stream. It gets a bit trickier. Even now, the days are shorter than they were last month. You know, towards the end of June, when the days were the longest they'll be all year, if I finished a stream at 8:30, I could go out for a walk and get home at like even 10 o'clock, and the sun was still going down. Effectively, the sun had already set, but it was still light outside. It doesn't feel so good, even in the summer, if you go out for a walk at 9 o'clock and it's dark at 9:15 and you're wearing shorts and a t-shirt and walking. I don't know. I don't really. It just feels a bit I don't feel at all in any danger or anything. I just don't want to do it. You know, I'd rather just be sitting at home chilling out watching the telly. So I tend to do most of my walking in the morning. I think it's quite good for my metabolism in a way. I don't eat very much very late now because I'm being healthy, so I think it's going all right.
Catch me outside. How about that?
Muller, dude, thank you for the membership. Hope you're good. Cheers for the support. Yeah, outside is pretty decent graphics, it turns out. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you very much. I also, last week or the week before, I did a couple of evening walks and I got bit to fucking high heaven by insects as well. There's a lot of countryside around my way, and everywhere you go pretty much there's streams or rivers of some sort. Or stream or river. And the insects in the evening at this time of year, like, I guess I have bought some citronella bands to sort of keep the insects away now, but if I get bit by the wrong insect, I end up having problems. It seemed to end up... I've had antibiotics quite often because of insect bites. Is having a dog as a pet a whole life of picking up crap? Yes, it is, yeah. You take it for a walk, you've got to pick up its shit. You take it in the back garden, you end up picking up its shit. I know this is not an original thought. I think I may have seen a streamer doing it, but just imagine what kind of a god complex a dog must have. You know, it wanders around, it gets its food on a plate, it can do what it like, it lazes around all day, and like goes out for a walk and kind of demands a walk at times, and when it goes, anywhere it goes, it drops shit, and then its owner picks it up and takes it away with them. You know, what kind of an ego must you have if you think that your shit is so special that the owner's picking it up and taking it away? No, fuck me, that she loves me so much she's even taking my shit home. It is kind of crazy. Yeah, there's definitely upsides to having a dog, though. The dog poo picking up bit is not really one of them. Especially if you get a bit like, I say this like an expert. In the last house with living with my ex, it was her that really drove for getting a dog, and obviously I was streaming full time and she was at home full time, so she did most of the dog poop picking up. But if you happen to let the grass get a little bit too long, at the same time as not picking up the dog poop quite often enough, there was a mix of tall grass and poo, which became a bad situation. You have to really keep on top of things. David, thank you very much for the support, dude. The midges up here are murder. Yeah, same here, dude. K-Girl, thanks for the 6 months. Cheers, dude. David, thank you, and K-Girl, thank you as well. Matt Mahoney, Damas, Shetta, Pomerian, Kane Mosney, Sergeant Fallen, cheers for the support as well. Oh, great. I really could do without aggroing those. I'm going to try and get up and away here in the hope that we don't aggie it, but they might be too close. Just move to France, you'll never have to pick it up again. That can't be true, can it? That can't be true that they just leave it sitting on the path and stuff. Mind you, a lot of people do over here. I actually, you know that cyclist guy that's just been banned from recording people, like Cycling Fuckface or whatever his name is. I know he's quite popular. Cycling Mikey or something, I forget. He's just been banned from reporting people for some reason. I don't know, it was a news story. Anyway, I'd like to do a similar thing, but record people not cleaning up dog shit after them and then challenging them. I think that would be an amazing video. There's an idea. Whoever can do it, that's an idea for you. Go round recording people not picking up their dog shit and then challenge them about it, and then they get wound up and they swear at you and stuff. And you can be like the Charlie Vitch of dog shit. There's definitely a channel in that. I'm the dog poo auditor. There's definitely a channel in that. There's got to be. Whoa. Shit's got real in here. No keys. Fuck. Someone's made a fireplace. What the fuck? I think that would be good though. Like I think that I know this might not be a popular opinion, but some of those auditor channels I can't personally stand. The ones that go and fly their drone over private property just to harass the people working there, so that they come and say, "Can you not do that?" And they go, "I think you'll find that I have a right to do that. I'm just," and they go, "What are you doing?" They go, "I'm auditing." "What are you auditing?" "Your car park." "Why?" "Well, because I'm an auditor." I know some people like that, and if you like it, fair enough. I think they are the fucking... I just think they're scum, personally. Wasting people's time that are meant to be working, pretending to be auditing a fucking car park of some company, just so that you can wind people up flying your drone over their cars, because they don't really want you to do it, and you want to be annoying. Anyway... That would not be the same, in my view, as someone that's going out and naming and shaming people not cleaning up their dog poo. That seems like a very, very, very worthy cause to me. If there's something to audit, that's that, you know. Like fucking leaving dog shit around for kids to fall in and stuff, or like my shoe to collect and then get into my car or some bollocks. Yeah, there's nothing quite so sinking as that when you've been out walking the dog or whatever, and you don't realise you've stood in dog shit until you're halfway home in the car and can smell it.
Governing themselves is a perfect circle.
Yeah, Regan, that sounds right. Thank you very much for the support, dude. That's quite a wide and deep conversation, but yeah, I don't know. I think I'm too much of a good boy. This is a very sweeping statement. Apologies if you're one of them. But I actually think you can tell a lot about somebody by how they get up from the cinema when they leave as well, or how they get up from a fast food joint. Like, people that just leave everything on the table. Alright, people do need a job, but nonetheless, the bin's on the way out, you know? Like, there's a bin on the way out of the cinema. And that wait you had when you were meant to going in the cinema, if everybody just took their rubbish with them, the wait would be less, wouldn't they? You know, it would be better. Unfortunately, people do the same thing down the river as well. That really bugs me. People go... I don't want to just say it's just meddling kids. But people go, often kids, but maybe not always, they go and sit down, maybe they make a fire, maybe they don't, they sit down and have a few drinks and whatnot in the countryside, and they open up a load of wrappers and then get up and fuck off and then leave all of the empty cans and stuff behind. That really irks me. I think we should be chopping fingers off for stuff like that. Those wolves are just far enough away at the moment. Look, they're just having a little saunter. I really do need to make a fire. Again. I'm just going to buzz. Oh god, I'm actually white with a gap. Oh fuck me! I bet I'm going to have to go down. Where's those bastard wolves? I'll wait till I get down there because there's a chance for the science guy, and I can make a fire down there as well. But I'm white with a gap, and I'm losing more health, so I really can't fuck about. I could make a torch. They don't actually warm you up very much anymore. Like I'm flashing blue, so a torch wouldn't get me the plus symbol at the moment. They really nerfed them, so if my clothes were wet, it would dry them, but it won't get me out of flashing blue. It probably wouldn't even get me to light blue, so a torch is not going to be the thing. I don't know where the wolves went. Scotty Don't, cheers for the 21 months. Here for the elite running. Yeah, that's all we've done today so far. Yeah, well, I think running around with a torch was okay, Simon. I think the dropping all of your clothes into a pile with a torch and drying them in a few seconds was a bit shy. But carrying a torch or a lit broom, there's massive downsides to that, which seem to make it okay, you know, like at night time obviously you're a beacon, during the day even, like if you start getting shot at, you've got something in your hand you can't put on your back or in your backpack, so you can't get a gun out to defend yourself. There was quite big drawbacks to it, which seemed to make it feel kind of alright to me. It didn't feel like an exploit. But they've nerfed it anyway, so it's nowhere near as good now. I'm not sure if the quick dry bug has been fixed or not, dude. I don't do it. I mean, certainly if you light a torch, it dries your clothes way quicker than a fire does anyway. Even without the dropping everything. The movies Together and Weapons look good coming up. I'm not much of a horror film fan, if I'm honest. I watch quite a few over the years, but I don't seek them out. I'm a bit of a wet lettuce. I don't really like horror films. Even stupid ones. I remember seeing The Grudge at the cinema, and I wasn't like petrified, but the jump scares thing, like I just don't go a bundle on those films. Maybe I'm just not an adrenaline junkie, but the constant building up to a jump scare that either does or doesn't happen, that kind of thing, they're not really my kind of film. I don't mind something that's more of a storied burner or whatever, you know, like a suspenseful film. They can be really good, but just out and out shock horror, I don't really like. Yeah, The Conjuring. I've seen the Conjuring and stuff like that. Again, they're not really my bag. I don't find them particularly scary, but the constant jump scares or the threat of jump scares, I'm not the best at that. Hereditary's pretty good, yeah. Sort that out.
Great to watch as always. Thank you, Paul. Keep running TRMZ card.
Dude, thank you for tuning in. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Oh, I don't want that there like that. Thank you very much. I saw Alien... I only watched it the other day. Me and Maggie watched it the other day. What's it called? Alien, It's a Lot Like the Others. I can't remember what it's fucking called now. It was okay. Romulus, yeah. Alien Romulus was okay. I saw it at the cinema and I quite liked it. But having rewatched it just now, I watched it the other day. I think it was on Disney Plus or something. I've got to be honest, I was less enamoured with it on the second viewing and more very much thinking it was a bit not really adding anything to the Alien universe, really. It was alright. I've seen Midsummer. Yeah, I saw Midsummer at the cinema. Midsummer is one fucking weird film. It was very worth seeing, but it was a little bit too graphic. And I don't mean that in a prudish way. It was just... It was just... There was one scene where a dead body was suspended from the ceiling or similar, or suspended on ropes from the ceiling, and their back of the person was all open, or the front, I can't remember which, but it was all open like a valley in their body, and the camera work was like coming down from above and kind of going along it, a little bit like the trenches in Star Wars, you know, and it was just really slow motion over this gore. And it didn't really bother me in any way. I just thought it was a little bit too, like, it was almost being graphic to try and shock you, if that makes sense. And whilst it didn't really shock me, I just thought it was a little bit over the top. It wasn't subtly done, you know. He wasn't dead. Yeah, I can't remember. Like, there's a bit earlier in the film where these two older people, like, in Midsummer, I think the premise from memory is you get to a certain age and that's it. You're no longer in the community. You have to kill yourself. And there's these two people and they just seem harmless enough and they're having a celebration because it's their birthday or something, and then they chuck themselves off a cliff, and when they land it's pretty gruesome, you know. It just, I don't know, right? Oof. Does it have to be subtle? Simon, I don't think it whether it's subtle or otherwise, sometimes in your face is a lazy way to create a shock value. It's very hard to say that Midsummer is lazy, because it's not. I don't mean it that way. Midsummer is a really strange, really well-made film that's grotesque and interesting and eye-opening in many ways. It's in many ways an amazing film, but sometimes sometimes leaving a little bit to your imagination can make the film a little bit more exciting for me to watch, rather than it all being out in the open, you know. But there's a style choice, and it's down to different directors to do different things. But I thought it was a little bit over the top, which is his style. As well, someone who mentioned Hereditary, there's a bit in that with the car and a lamppost, for example. Fucking hell, he definitely likes to try and create a shock value. There's no denying that. Exactly. Less is more can be the... I still think they're amazing films. He's an amazing filmmaker. But I just found it a little bit much. There's some crazy scenes in Midsummer. There's this sex scene. Where I've only seen it at the cinema. I've not rewatched it. And I know I'm talking about spoilers, but it's not that... It's a fairly... It's not a brand new film, and it's not something many people go out. But there's a sex scene where there's a guy doing it, and there's a whole ring of people around inspecting him. Like, there's just a ring of people watching to see how his performance is, and like they're all like sizing him up. It's just really strange. And then I think he turns down a girl, and then she makes him a pie and cuts her intimate areas hairs and puts it in the pie and makes him eat it, and it's just weird. It's so weird. That's a 5-stick fire, and I've not even got the first plus symbol. Fuck's sake. 5-stick fire and I don't even have the first plus symbol. Fuck me. Was it 4, was it? I thought I made it 5 as. Oh well. Either way, it's still fucking stupid. Sounds like a Tuesday to me. We ride places. Well, fair enough. Oh, look, I'm now getting the second plus in. G double taps. Dude, thank you for the 33 months. Scotty Don't, thank you again. Harry Glabella, thank you for the follow on YouTube, dude. Thank you. Is it true that logs are hotter than sticks? Well, people in the chat are saying so, but I think they both just go to blistering on this scale. But whether there is a difference or not, maybe there is. They all seem to just take forever to me. You'll get the third buff with logs. I'm pretty sure the third buff is to do with what clothes you're wearing, not what logs you're using for the fire, but maybe. You
How
might
long
be right.
a drive is the coast for you? Close enough to take a beach walk? Those are the best for relaxing exercise. Sorry for slow response.
Hi Trevor, you're right, dude. Yeah, it's a bit too far. From where I am, it's depending on where you go, probably about an hour and 20 minutes drive, which you might feel is short, but if I'm going for a 2-hour walk and there's, I don't know, 2 hours and 40 minutes of driving, that's half a day gone, isn't it? No, so it's a bit much. I live in Suffolk though, which is really countryside-y, you know. I don't live in an urban area. I live in a relatively small kind of village, really. So where I live, it's just big enough to have full fibre internet, but kind of quiet. So there's lots of countryside around, which is good. Takes you a minute to get to the beach, show off. I have people saying their beach is better when I live in Australia. Bro, you can't beat Aussie beaches. I don't know, I've never been. I'm sure Aussie beaches are lovely. I don't know, I kind of think of the Caribbean, or where's that place everybody goes east of Africa? What, Mauritius? Not Mauritius, although people do go there. The one where the little huts are on stilts and stuff. The Maldives, yeah, it begins with an M. I guess if I've never been to these places, but they could probably come up first. Probably because Australia, I think of beer and barbecues. Obviously the beaches are amazing, but I don't think we're going to get the third plus symbol though, because I don't think my clothes are quite good enough. Shoes are the enemy of healthy feet. I actually haven't talked about this. I bought some new shoes for walking. I got On Cloud Horizon waterproofs. I've been wearing them about a week. I don't know why I've not mentioned it really. I just bought them, put them on, I ain't given it any thought. My feet are getting better, and it's a few things that are happening. I'm doing these physio band exercises, but I think the change in footwear has helped as well. They're incredibly comfortable. I don't know if these On shoes are just like the next thing, like Skechers or the next fad. Like pretty soon it'll just be grandmas and me wearing them, I think. But they're really comfy. They're really, really comfy. They feel more. There's more bounce in them than say Nike Air Max or something. But they're also waterproof. They're not really for like all terrain, but for like gravel and light kind of terrain like I'm walking on around here, they're brilliant. I think that's definitely helping my feet though. My ankle is getting better, and it's a combination of the exercising and the change in footwear. As a Swiss person, I'd never buy those. Okay. I know they're from Switzerland, but they seem pretty comfy, dude. Way too expensive. I don't know. They're not really that much more money than anything else. Obviously, you never with any of these things. You never want to pay full price. I think I managed to find someone. I think they were 30 or 40% off, but don't buy them at full price, right? I just bought 2 polo shirts from a maker called John Smedley, who some people may not know and some people may not know, but they're more tailored. They're quite expensive. They're like nearly £200 for a polo shirt. But I just bought them in the sale. They were £70. I know that's still a lot of money, but it's the same sort of price as Ralph Lauren, basically. But they're massively more expensive normally. You know, you just don't buy them when they're full price. I think, and whether they're way too expensive or not is probably subjective. You know, if you're like me, and you've been stupidly walking in Nike trainers, and you've got all sorts of problems with your ankle. Maybe something with more cushioning that helps you get rid of your ankle pain is worth a lot more, you know? Yeah, I've had Merrells. I actually didn't really get on with Merrells. They're very different, though. Merrells are much more rugged. These On ones, they're not really like Merrells at all. They're more like trainers that are waterproof, you know? They're not like walking boots like Merrells are at all. But I don't really get on with Merrells. They're really hard soles. And the shape of the sole, I found it hard. I just where my foot lands, it was jarring. I didn't find them very comfy. Anything like Merrells, pretty much. The only ones I've quite got on with, I had a pair of Solomon ones, Solomon GTX of some sort. They were okay. But most of the solid walking ones, I have such a thick heel, and as I plant my foot, they just seem to they cause my feet problems. A lot of the walking bods. I was reading reviews. A lot of people recommend Hoka or Hoka, Hoka. But I'm really liking them so far. They are so soft, which not everybody's going to want. And like, if you were going to climb up Mount Snowdon or something, you wouldn't want them. But for like, I'm walking on like very light mud and gravel, and obviously there's not much mud at the moment because of the weather. So they're immensely comfortable. I've never bought any John Smedley polo shirts before, by the way. I think they're kind of old man type ones, which is exactly the kind of thing I'm after. But they're meant to be very well made, and they're made in the UK, I believe. So I'll report back when they turn up and don't fit me because I'm too fat. Hoka are much better and last longer. I have not seen Hoka anywhere, but I'm sure they have harder soles though, so I bought these specifically for the soft soles for now. We'll see how they go. They are very foamy, so I do get the feeling they'll wear through on the soles relatively quickly. Like the bottom of these cloud things, on Cloud Horizon, they're very, very foamy, so I bet they probably don't last crazily long. Roger Federer is going to thank me for my purchase. Yeah. I quite like the Fed. He seems like a decent enough dude. I'm trying to model myself on Roger Federer. He's constantly wearing On shoes and Rolex watches, right? He's living the dream. Alright, let's get back to... I'm not going to loot the rest. I only came there for the scientist key. Now we need to go and find the scientist. Exactly, Redacted. I agree. Like, your feet, different people's feet are different. So Like Merrills are meant to be amazing, for example, but the most common Merrills, I can't even remember the name of it, but the most common Merrills sold pretty much. The kind of the all-day kind of rugged ones, not the boots, the shoe ones. I just couldn't get on with them. I find them too wide. They didn't fit my feet brilliantly well, and I really had problems with the heel. But they are one of the best shoes, and people really love them. But different people's feet are gonna like different shoes, aren't they? Yeah, they do use Vibram. Yeah, they do. Top quality. I've had 6 pairs of on, and they feel like having pebbles in the shoes after 6 to 7 months. So in other words, you only get 6 or 7 months of use out of them. I don't know if that's good or not. You know, in my mind, if I had a pair of trainers for 6 or 7 months and I wore them loads, that would be okay. But I just threw away a pair of MX 90 that I've had for 2 years, and they were like the ball of the foot had pretty much worn through, like through the black rubber, through the tread, through the rubber, and through the bit underneath. You know, I'd worn them way too much, and those are the ones I just spent the last 2 or 3 months wearing, and they were so worn through. No wonder I'm getting fucking foot problems. Have you seen the kid who does watch deals on 47th Street in New York? I think that's bullshit, dude. I forget the name of that channel. I think a lot of those videos are made up. I don't believe it. He's like, oh, I've just bought this Rolex Explorer for $8,000 and I'm going to go and make $1,000 in an hour. Sorry about the accent. I cannot stand those videos. They're bullshit. I'm sure some are real, but I'm pretty sure a lot of them are bullshit. I walk 8 to 10 miles a day for my job, and I wear through on clouds every 5 to 6 months. I don't think that's terrible, is it, Justin? You're doing a lot of walking, and they're lasting a reasonable amount of time. I don't think that's terrible. I really can't stand those videos personally. It's okay if you like them, by the way. I didn't get to the end of your message. They are for entertainment, and I don't know. Who the fuck in the real world is like selling a watch to some dude in the street? It's like he's just in the street and he buys a watch and he's in the street. You never see him buy the watch. He just has it miraculously appear in his hand. And then he goes to go and sell the watch to some dealer, you know. How hard would it be for you to go to said dealer and say, can I borrow that watch, and then I'm going to come back and pretend to sell it to you, and then I can make a video? How hard? Because you never see him buy the watch. He just miraculously, yeah, I've just bought this Rolex in the street from some knob that you will never see, and now I'm going to go and sell it for a quick buck. You know, come and join me. It just feels like bullshit. Now I'm starving to death while looking for the... Maybe we could go and do some fishing. That might be a wise move. The sea's right down there. I don't know where the science guy is. Maybe if we go and do some fishing, it'll give it time to move as well, because it's somewhere tricksy right now. Unfortunately, it can be anywhere up and down the mountain now. It can be all sorts of places, so it can be quite hard to spot. It's always in the snow. At least there's that, so you need to look in the snow parts. I do quite like a lot of the watch creators, and some of there's some good watch creators that also are watch dealers. Like Roman Schaff is quite a good one. He's a watch dealer, but he talks a lot of sense about watches, and he talks a lot of sense in general. He doesn't create this kind of faux. Like, he doesn't try and make himself out to be like some kind of wheeler dealer.
Where are you? Hi, Paul. Lol.
I've just bought a Rolex, and it's in my hand. There's no box or papers, but I'm just going to go and flog it. Even though I've only just bought it in the street, but I haven't got the box and papers. But when I go to the dealer, I'm going to say I've got the box and papers. I'm just storing them in my prison wallet for now. It's usually a bit lower on it. It's not, Jiru. I've seen it up. I've seen it right the way up here, dude. They changed it a patch or two ago. It can be. There we go. There it is. It can be. It can be anywhere to the very top of the mountain now, dude. It's much different than what it used to be. It's actually easier to be a bit higher up. I find to try and it's easier to scan down the mountain and a little bit up than be down the mountain and maybe run nearer to it and miss it, if that makes sense. Right, now we just need to find somewhere safe for fishing and then fish. There's a Patek Philippe exhibition in one of the stores in Dublin. Looking forward to dropping in tomorrow. Very nice. Nazo, I'm afraid it's English in the chat. I don't know what you've said there, but I'm sure it was lovely. But apologies though, dude. It's English in the chat so that the mods don't have to go and decipher what you're saying. I'll get rid of one of the mags. What else do I want? I wouldn't mind one of those. Right, I've got to go and try and find myself a little place to fish. Then we're going to do that. I think I dropped all of the worms, didn't I? I dropped every worm, which I'm going to regret now. What is the main item needed from the case? It's the glow plug. The glow plug you need to do the bunker in the south. If you don't have the glow plug, you can't do the bunker. I thought this would get warmer quicker, to be honest. I'm just going to drink it while it's chilly. Who cares? Gold don't roast. On clouds, comfy, last a good amount of time if walking. However, don't last too long if actually playing sports in them. Hokers, comfy, gate grip, do not last long, easy to rip. Brooks, highest comfort and grip of these three brands and last the longest. Honestly, $130 or £95 is a lot for shoes, but in reality, use them every single day. I agree. I've never heard of Brooks, to be honest, or Hokers until the other day. But I agree. Like, say £100 is a lot for shoes, but if you're buying like decent Nike trainers, there are some that are a little bit cheaper, but most of them are 60, 70, 80 pounds or more. If you get Air Max 90s, Air Max 90s cost 140 pounds unless they're on some kind of deal, you know, like there's probably a lot more investment and more design going on with these walking type shoes than there are for a lot of these others, like which are just like another different colour variation of the same shoe they've been making for 20 or 30 years. I'm going to stick with these on clouds for now anyway. They're waterproof and they were 30% off, and I think they're really soft and they feel really great for now, so see how long they last. And then I'll forget about Brooks and Hockers for the next time and probably get another pair. There are certain things that are really worth spending money on. It's such an old person thing to say, but shoes are one of them. You know, there's a few that people always talk about, like things you use a lot that really change how you can feel. Shoes one, like your bedding being another. Like having a cheap mattress is a really shit way to save money. Because if you're not getting good sleep, you're not having a good day. Could be a new spawn. And shoes are right up there, aren't they? Shit. He's going to have food. My belly says that man must die. Hope he doesn't have a buddy. Oh, only a Zagorki bar? Fucking hell, mate. I fuck your potato. Oh, what a useless bastard. You thought he'd have had something better than that. It wasn't even worth the murder. I want my bullet back. Out of your skull. Now, that is quite a lot of potato. That's one good thing. It is a lot of potato. I'm going to wait until I've got the plus symbol. It's maybe a little risky. There might be an Angie new spawn turning up in a sec. I could have filled that up actually. I just think I went past a well a second ago, didn't I? I should have filled that up. I shot an innocent man with only a bar of chocolate and potato to his name. Yeah, now I have a bar of chocolate and a potato to my name. But I'm going to eat it, quick. The juice wasn't worth the squeeze. It never is it? Yeah, oh Hotto, I need to look at that. I have Pez Cava's feet, which is where a lot of my problems come from. I have Pez Cava's feet, which is incredibly high arches, so if I stand barefoot, the middle of my foot doesn't really touch the ground. It's beyond high arches, right? So, like, I have all sorts of trouble. If I stand on the floor and try to put trousers on, I can fall over real easy. You know, in America land, they do those, like, stand on one foot and put your finger to your nose tests. I'd get done for drink driving in America, because if I stand on one foot like that, I'd fall over within about 15 seconds. So, yeah, I should do. However, I have seen a podiatrist, and he told me not to get special shoes. He told me to try to just get shoes that had a slightly raised heel, as in like walking shoes with a slightly raised heel, but to not get anything with any extra arch support or not get anything specifically for them, but to try and get something that just raised my heels slightly, and that would help flatten my feet out, and anything else was a bad idea. So I tend to wear just regular... He gave me orthotics. He gave me things to wear inside shoes to help with my feet, but was like, the idea here is to use these temporarily while you're doing the exercises to take the problem away, and then not wear these orthotics anymore. You should try to get into regular shoes. Bro, try to walk barefoot. No, thank you. Say the alphabet backwards. La. AI Knight, sorry. Thank you very much for the double super chatting. Thank you. Silhouette of a Sunset. Thanks a lot for the follow. Schmitty Schmidt, Trevor Patton. Thank you very much too. It's impotent. I know you mean important, not impotent, but I don't want to walk barefoot, dude. I have real problems with my feet. I don't think walking barefoot is for me. I have very, very delicate feet. No, thank you. I'm sure it's very important, but around my way, there's mostly, like, disused needles and stuff, you know. I'll end up getting something. It's not really that bad where I live. That's a lie, but nonetheless. I don't want to be one of those people that walks barefoot. It annoys me. I think maybe going into your back garden and putting bare feet on grass here and there is probably a good thing. Or walking barefoot on the sand, you know. Pretty good Ash song as well, that. But I don't think going out from my house and walking on the paths or sidewalks for America Land talkers, and then around the countryside on gravel and stuff, is really for me. My feet are double delicate, like you've just said, Coach said. Like, when, you know, like if you walk in, you're going to the beach, and there's like normally a band of gravel or pebbles or whatever. There's all lovely sand, but somewhere the sea has left a band of gravel, and it can be 2 or 3, 4 metres long. I can barely cross that barefoot. I'm awful. I'm like I'm walking over hot coals, and I just can't. The middle of my feet are so sensitive because they, and maybe walking barefoot, like you say, might help them, but because they don't touch the floor and because I've got these high arches, if I stand on stuff like that, if I stand on anything like a bit of pebble or something, or if I'm barefoot and I try to walk along the driveway and I stand on a little rock or something, fuck me. Oh my god, it's horrible. I am not good for that. I'm just not built for that. I just walked over a dead... I could have been... Somebody might have suicided on spawn. You can spawn on that hill if I walked over a dead body. I like the way he started walking backwards. Oh, there's a police car there. I like the way he started walking backwards through the bushes. I don't think I want to get close to that dude. He did wiggle back. This was that where that guy was my place. That was where I was going to fish. I've lost my fishing spot now. I think there's little chance of an R12 shotgun based on the dead body. fuck me, I've got no knife. My knife is about to ruin. I think we'll just get one fish for now then. I was going to get more worms, but I don't think it's going to be a good idea. What I could really do with was one of those jigs. That would be good. I've got to be honest, I feel like people that walk through the town centre barefoot are invariably hippies. Or hipsters, whatever. There's a guy that plays the guitar out of one of the charity shops in a town fairly close to me. And in the summer he's always barefoot and his feet are black and horrible. And then he always puts shoes on in the winter. I just find that quite... I don't know, I find it... If you're going to go barefoot, do it whole hog, right? Don't put your shoes on and act all precious in November and December. I judge him. Yeah, I do judge him. Rightly or wrongly, I do. I can't help it. Fucking hippie. I don't know if I really wanted to drop that gas canister and cooking thing, but anyway, I've done it now. Right, I've got a fish. It's only a pollock, which is not great. We're going to go and cook that and then get somewhere else. You don't have to pick up the fish fillets. What, these ones? Right, I have cooked in this house quite a lot, this house here. There was a shot. I don't think the shot was in this town. I feel like it was in the next town. I don't know. I don't really want to be here. It feels a little bit too close to where people get killed. Like that poor dude that just got killed in that house where we found that dead body in front of the fire just now. It's the sort of place where people die and don't necessarily deserve it. And I don't really want to be one of those people. Out of there. What the fuck is going on? Okay. My blood is fucking burning. Oh, fuck off. Oh god, that zombie running up there got me a little bit... I thought I was about to get killed. There's a zombie just by the pine tree right at the top of the hill where a dude would be. I nearly fucking shit a brick. Ku, UTKU. I use a 4K monitor. I think 480 hertz is. So you're not going to need that. Certainly if you're using G-Sync or something, you're not going to hit that. However, to be honest, it depends what game you're playing. If you're playing a game with a really high refresh rate, like a competitive shooter, like
Quick 5 months.
like a
TRMZ
CS type game, maybe you want 1440p and higher refresh rate, perhaps. But if you're playing a game like DayZ, this is personal choice, but I think the 4K is really, really good. Obviously, I got the 4K because I'm a content douche, right? If I'm playing in 4K, I'm streaming to you on YouTube in 4K natively, so there's no upscaling or downscaling or whatever. I'm playing in 4K and I can stream to you in 4K, and it gives much better video quality for the viewers. So, as a streamer, there's only really one choice. If you want to have the best quality stream for DayZ, you need a 4K monitor and play at 4K.
Smoke, but no heat buff.
Roach, you can cook food with a single piece of bark, no smoke, but no heat buff. Interesting, Roach. Yeah, that's a good shout. I nearly used the rags to my side there. I nearly used the rags. The only reason I didn't is because I didn't want to use the knife, because the knife is nearly ruined and I haven't got another one. There's no frost resistance on Sakhal, Just Bird, no. Blaine, dude, thank you very much for the gifted subs. That's very cool, dude. Thank you for the continued support. Thank you very, very much. All right, let's go. The FPS, or the amount of work your GPU has to do on Sakhal goes up so much when it snows like this. Like my GPU usage with the 5090 goes, I'm not looking at it now, but it normally goes from about 50% to 95% because of the snow. It's actually not so high at the moment, it's 62-ish. But it's insane. Oh, and it's up to 80% just then when I look back that way. But this snow seems to cost a lot of performance. On the subject of 1440p and 1080 and 4K and resolutions in general, I saw an announcement yesterday that might help my ability to stream at 1440p on Twitch. So we were talking about it the other day. I haven't set it up this morning because I just didn't have the time. I'll maybe try to do it in the morning, but again I might not have time, but I'll see. But anyway, YouTube have upped the bitrate for multi-streaming now for people that are able to stream in 1440 like I can. They've upped the bitrate, but not just for 4K, sorry, for 1440. They've upped it for 1080 as well, so that's a really good thing. It does mean that I can probably stream in 1440 and it benefits people but doesn't hurt others. So I think that the bitrate for 1440 is going up to 9K, which is a little bit higher. But more importantly, the 1080p is going up from 6 to 7.5, which means that people watching on 1080p because they're not in a 1440p country won't get penalised the same. How many FPS do I get? I actually limit it to 120, dude, so I don't actually try to maximise the frames. I quite like, I feel it works really well. If you limit the frames, you get a much steadier and you get much smoother gameplay than letting your graphics card try and get the maximum frames it can. Seems to create more choppiness, or at least I find it does. But if you cap the frames, so I cap it at 120, and the reason I do that is because I'm streaming to you guys in 60 frames, right? I'm streaming 60 hertz. Capping it at 120 just seems to make sense, really, for streaming. But anyway, yeah, I cap it so that the graphics card isn't trying to maximise the frames, and it does seem to make the game much smoother. I have a 5090 and end up capping a lot of games at 120 instead of letting it go. It's honestly just better. There you go. Neely's kind of saying the same thing. Do I get consistent 120? Unfortunately, the counter's not working. It depends what map I'm on, to be honest. But on Churnerus, yes. On this map, I don't really know. But because I've not been using the counter, sometimes it doesn't really work very well. Like, if you just turn on the counter, it kind of goes a bit haywire. Mysticism, you actually got the answer from Coach Z above. It wasn't Pinkster that timed you out, and Coach Z has given you answer. It was something to do with politics, and you just had your message purged. But if you look up above, you'll see a message from another mod, Coach Z, giving you the answer, and it's added to you. And then after you've had the answer from a mod, you're now telling another mod they're rude for not answering you when you had the answer from the person that did it, you know? Chill the fuck out, in other words. We don't do politics or political figures, and if you have a purge for that, the mods tell you. Take a deep breath and don't talk about politics or political figures, because it's just not worth it. There's plenty of places you can go to talk about politics all day long. This just isn't one of them. I use G-Sync. Yeah, I use G-Sync, Alan, yeah. G-Sync is really good, I think, personally. I quite like it. There's a scope there. I don't really know why I'm looting here. I've already got the hunting scope. I think I've just come to this area and I've fallen into the... I normally loot here because there's good hunting loot. I already got the good hunting loot. I think I'm going to crack onto the military base and try and get lucky on a plate carrier or maybe someone to shoot at. Let's have a look. Whoever fired around the corner from where I just was when I killed that dude, a lot of players come up here. I wouldn't be surprised if there's somebody up here that's kind of geared, I'd have thought. I don't want to talk about tap water, Michelle. Holy shit. Mysticism, this is really not a complicating thing that you're arguing about, but I'm going to say a political figure just for the, I don't even know what figure you say, but I'm going to say one just for example. But if somebody says something about Donald Trump, it becomes political. He is a political figure. It just does. It's common sense. You're arguing about nothing, you know. If you say the name of a prominent politician, it's likely to lead to conversations about politics or replies about that person. I've just said that person now. Please don't prove my point here, everyone else, right? But the reality is we keep politics and politicians out of the chat. It's always been that way. It's not a new rule. Certain politicians are actually already set so that if someone tries to type their name, it won't actually post their message. It gets auto-removed by Nightbot. And they've already perfectly explained this, and you're arguing into the wind about something that's utterly moronic. Just get the message and move on with your day. We don't talk about politics or political figures, and that's always been the case.
cheers to that TRMZ life.
Primal, thank you very much for the support. Cheers to that, dude. Thank you very much. If I didn't stream, what kind of work do I think I'd do? Gigolo. No, I was in retail, dude. I'd still be doing something like that. I'm actually doing the sensible thing and coming round to the Overwatch spot first here. I was in retail. I was working in... I'd got out of shops, which was good, because working in shops really fucking sucks. But I was in retail in confectionery sweets, but it was more like pick and mix and things. And I was a regional manager for a company that sold into like cinemas and supermarkets and stuff like that. And so I'd probably be doing something in retail, and so I'm very glad to be a streamer because retail sucks. Oh no. Oh, that also sucks. Just tried to fire my gun and I pressed the trigger and nothing happened.
Bork.
I'm hoping it's a lone wolf. Otherwise I've just wasted that suppressor basically. Yeah, retail sucks. So, yeah, but I was regional manager in retail. I'd spent nearly 20 years in retail, from, like, shop boy to store manager inside shops. And then after that, I'd gone in... I actually was in I was in Asda, which is a supermarket. And I took a little pay cut to go to a Monday to Friday job for this confectionery company because I didn't want to work... I'd worked weekends for so long, and working weekends sucks ass. I know, it is what it is. You have to work whatever you have to work, right? But... at the time, my ex-wife was working Monday to Friday. I was working most weekends, and then you never get like.
Cheers,
we had
everyone.
a young family, you know. We never
Chat,
got any time
mods, and Paul, hope you have
to do
happy
anything
Fridays.
as a family, you know, because I was working weekends, she was off weekends. It was no good. What noise that? I'm not going to loot this, I don't think. I'm just trying to scan the zombies to see if any of them's got a plate carrier. Don't see one, and the visibility's getting a bit low, so I think we're just going to sack it off. If I had to pick one town in Chernobyl to live in, what would it be? I'd choose Bereziki. I'd be quite happy. I could get the boat. I could get a boat from Bereziki to Svetlo to do some shopping. It'd be fine. Walter, yeah, it was a different time. It was a different time, dude. Actually, I had to go. This is really dull, but yesterday morning I had to go to buy a few plants for this planter thing that the landscaper's putting in, and I bought a few lavenders and a Pittosporum, a really exciting bush. Ooh, it's exciting stuff, no doubt. Anyway, I went to the place where my first retail job was. I went to the garden centre where I got a job there when I was doing A-levels. So I got a job there when I was 16. I think I stayed there till I was about 20. I was there like 4 years. The horticultural manager from then, he started when I was there, and he's still there now. I think he's now the store manager. But he's still there. He's been there since he was in his early 20s. Been there 30 years. 30 years working in the same garden centre. That is fucking hardcore. He didn't recognise me, no. I actually saw him out about 15 years ago. I saw him out, and I was like, oh, hello, so-and-so. I used to work where you work. They used to have a pool table in the staff room, and me and him played in the final of this like garden centre cup that they ran. And I was like, oh, we played, and he couldn't remember me. He couldn't remember it, even though we played in this pool tournament, which I don't think they ever did again, and he still couldn't remember. Or at least maybe he didn't want to talk about the fact that he worked in a garden centre and was still there, and it may be that. It may have been the fact that he was not very wanting to talk about the fact that he'd stayed at the same garden centre for 15 years after all the other people left. No, I didn't, Coach said. No. Oh. Oh. Denda, thank you for the super chat. Why talk about religion or politics when we can talk about microwave tea? Exactly. And why it should be a capital offence. Cheers, Darren. Cheers for coming in. Thank you very much. I don't think there was any blood on the ground. I kind of lost my way a little bit here. Oh, that pipe helps. I'm just trying to get south for now. I think we'll try and head towards the airfield, try and get somebody to shoot at. I don't think it's a bad thing to stay at the same place. But like, if he'd got a degree in horticulture, and he clearly was interested in that kind of thing. He got a job working in a garden centre in the horticultural area. He was the head of the actual nursery side of it, you know. And if it's what you're interested in, it's what you want to do, then fair enough, you know. But working in the same shop for 30 years, to me personally, sounds like insanity. But I absolutely detested shop work, and I did it for so long. I liked the sales when I was doing sales, when I was directly selling to customers. I quite enjoyed that. It was okay. I often kind of think, like, if I'm going in a watch shop, because I'm a watch bore, obviously. I think working in a watch shop, if you're interested in it, that would be cool, you know. I quite like that, selling things I'm interested in.
If so, you send me this plus a 5 from me back.
I think that would be good, but most retail is just dire. Magu, I bet you 5 you get your legs broken in this life. If not, keep this. If so, you send me this plus a 5 from you back. All bets are off. Magoo, I don't know how to send it you back, and you've sent it as a super chat, so that means YouTube are keeping 30% of that, dude. I'll send you back $3.50. €3.50. Less the tax I'll have to pay, because I won't get tax back on that. What's that? 40% off of that? I don't know. You're getting not much back, dude. No. Magoo, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, sales is alright. If you're interested, like, let's say you're a massive car guy and you're selling cars. Or girl, whatever. If you're a watch nerd like me and you're selling watches, if you're passionate about the thing, then it's quite an interesting job, you know. But nobody's passionate about putting fucking loaves of bread on the shelf in Asda, you know. Like, nobody's passionate about making sure the delivery's all loaded out of the van and the moody driver gets to tell you to fuck off before he leaves, you know. Oh god, that was not fun. But the sales stuff, I was really into hi-fi and TV and whatnot. So when I was selling things I was interested in, I liked learning about it to then talk to people about it, you know. TRMZ, you should get an air fryer. It might be slightly more cost efficient for the cooking of the chicken breast that I do every lunchtime. But I'm not getting an air fryer. Of course I do, Michelle. If somebody buys memberships or subs, then I get the same revenue as if somebody subbed or membered themselves, yeah. I don't think I no point checking that house. Let's go this way. See, Swanberg, I have my regular 9 to 5 Monday to Friday, but on some weekends I work part-time at a high-end wine store in my area because I'd like to eventually get into the wine trade. That is kind of cool. If it's something you're interested in. I definitely think it depends on your mindset, right? Like if you're doing something like that to try and expand your knowledge and then use it later, you can do that about anything. Someone said this in the chat earlier and I didn't catch it, but I am absolutely certain if you're switched on and you spent 2 years working at McDonald's when you were younger, it could really help you start a business later in life. I really think that seeing how these organisations are run and seeing how they are and seeing how efficient they are and how everything is run and how things are done and how recruitment happens or whatever else, if you then can take that and run with it later and use that experience, it can only be a benefit. What you don't want to do is get sucked into stay in there for 30 years, you know. Michelle, thank you. Thank you very much for the gifted memberships. That's really, really kind. Thank you very, very much. I guess without meaning to, I kind of did that to some extent, you know. I spent a long time in customer service as such, and there is an element of that to streaming. Sometimes I maybe don't do very well at the customer service side of things, perhaps, but I think I spent a long time talking to people, you know. Maybe that helped me a little. I don't know why Paul doesn't get an air fryer. Brad, I've got to be honest, I'm a bit resistive more of as a joke because they are basically just small ovens, right? But I do live on my own and a small oven might be beneficial for me. So the reason I'm resistive is that I don't have the biggest area of kitchen worktop space and I don't really want another gadget. I don't know if it's an age thing, but I've seen in my life many gadgets. I've had a Tassimo, I've had a SodaStream, I've had a velvetizer to make hot chocolate. They all end up being used for a couple of months and then they go into the cupboard under the stairs and then they go to the charity shop along with the sandwich toasty maker and the waffle maker and whatever else, you know. I never stick with shit like that, and I'm sure air fryers are the best thing ever, but I'm probably just overly resistive to another gadget that somebody's tried to design to make me buy it and then leave it on the side not being used before it goes to the cupboard. I never actually had a George Foreman grill. I resisted the urge to get a George Foreman grill. SodaStreams loved it. The refills cost more than the original product. I'm not convinced that SodaStreams are actually any cheaper than just buying bottles of Coke, to be honest. There's shots this way at least. I bought a smoothie maker, used it for 6 months. It's now been collecting in the dust for years. Yeah, like a lot of the things like NutriBullets and all of those, you know. I don't know. I didn't have my hand on the mouse then. I think that's at this little military base. So just a quick reminder before I forget, guys, I am going to stream tomorrow instead of Sunday. I want to watch the Grand Prix on Sunday. I've also got to take she wants to go and look at fridge freezers on Sunday morning. So she wants a new fridge freezer, but she wants to go and see them first. And I'm taking it, I think I'm taking it to Stanway Colchester, right, is where we're going to go. I think. But I've been there and they hardly have any in stock, and I've sort of said to her that she's going to go there and see about 4 and it'll be utterly pointless. But nonetheless, she has to go to see what they don't have. I guess it's maybe an age thing, but something like a fridge freezer, rightly or wrongly, I've only bought them like sight unseen for a little while now. Like I haven't gone and like looked for one. Just measure the gap and buy the one that looks like it's got a nice inside with a reasonable brand, and that's it. Pretty sure the shots were from here. Those wolves should be aggy and on the shooter. They'll probably aggro on me. Well, I don't see anything. I don't see any dead Zeds either, but there probably are some somewhere. Dude eats nothing but ready-made microwave meals. That's bollocks, Rebalanced. I have 3 per week and only when I'm streaming. That's utter bollocks. So up your bum. I had Greek yogurt with fruit and nuts for breakfast. I had chicken breast with olives and grilled cherry tomatoes for lunch. No processed food, all healthy ingredients. So up your ass. However, I don't have the time to be making myself food while I'm streaming. So forgive me for microwaving a meal to eat rather than having to prepare the stuff. Yeah, Pinkster, I could be doing the chicken breast in the air fryer. Yeah, it takes about 25 minutes in oven. Maybe I could be doing it in less time in the air fryer, perhaps. Yeah, that I don't have. I quite like olives. Just make a stew in advance. Yeah, that'll be great. I'll have stew every day.
50 months for every year you've been on this planet. Keep on running. TRMZ left. TRMZ FND.
I have time to make stew every day. Or I could probably make it once a week. I don't want to though, dude. Sorry. You have stew every day. Or maybe just gruel. Fuck me. I'm probably eating healthier than I've ever eaten in my life in the last few months. Massively so. And probably the unhealthiest thing I'm having every week is a microwave meal that's about 600 calories. Big fucking whoop. Fuck me. Well, that's what we've just been talking about, Jack. Can I show my video settings? If you type exclamation settings in the chat, you can see a picture of them, dude. Don't have a slow cooker yet, Sumo. I might get one. I tend to like things like curries and things like that that you can do in a slow cooker, but more of a winter thing, you know. Pop it in the morning and have a nice, really kind of hearty, warmed meal or a stew or whatever. But I feel like it's more of an autumn-winter thing, you know.
Hours of remaining life that I possess by spending time in your enigmatic company.
Like I don't have.
Care what the senior executive recruitment specialist said. I'm keeping I done do watch TRMZ heats on my CV.
I done to watch TV. I frittered away precious hours of my really life that I possesses. Yeah, damn straight. You're off to see Oasis, you show-off. I was in the queue to get Oasis tickets for 7 hours, and by the time I got there, they were all gone. Well, I don't know. At the moment, I'm having 3 microwave meals a week, my cock's average, but the three a week, that's 150 a year. But I don't think that's particularly unhealthy. I don't think that's nonsense to suggest it is. I'm not saying I know you're not saying it is, but it's 600 fucking calories. You know, like what matters is the balance of what you eat over the course of a day and a week and whatever. You know, if somebody wants to have a Snickers bar every day, they could still be a really healthy person. You know, it's absolutely possible to be really, really healthy and have a chocolate bar every day. Never mind a bit of fucking salt in a microwave meal that's mostly chicken and protein and a bit of rice or whatever. It's just not. Everyone's like some kind of fucking health guru in the Twitch chat. Yet when you walk around the street, everyone seems to be obese, but I don't understand. It's weird. I'm definitely obese, by the way. But I'm going the right way about not being there, you know. Like, you could eat a donut every day and be really, really healthy. It's just about balance, isn't it? Like, some people are down the gym or running or whatever it might be. Ed T. Ball, thank you very much for the 60 months. Schooner Jordan, cheers for the 50 months, dude. It looks like the new striker is over the line. I wonder, I'd be excited to see Nick. Next season's going to be good. I'm quite excited for next season at the moment. I think that the whole Premier League title race could be much closer and with more teams in it this year. That's because all these obese people are out walking, whereas all the healthy people are online typing away. I did see something that was... I think it was a little cruel. But I saw something on Instagram which was a reel, and I do think it was a little cruel. But it was a picture of health experts and people that are giving advice on nutrition and whatnot from inside, the UK in roles where these positions actually matter, let's say. And nobody in the pictures looked healthy. Now, it was a bit of a harsh thing, and they were like naming and shaming these people. But the reality is that is a little bit of a... Like, I'm doing that right now myself, by the way. So I am aware that I'm also being hypocritical here, because I am overweight, and I'm talking about what's healthy and what's not, you know. And I've not lived a healthy lifestyle, right? But I'm not a healthcare professional. Right? It's not my job to give nutritional advice whilst being massively overweight.
Paul, I was absolutely
say, you know.
horrified how dear I'll ended. It was entertaining though. TRMZ love.
It's a lot easier to talk a good game than it is to live a good game, is the truth of it. And then on the flip side, you've got these fucking Instagram fucking fat shamers that every video they've got their top off, all chiseled with their abs, going, I get up at 4 AM, I've done a marathon and done 6,000 sit-ups and eaten nothing but dust all day. I've split my day into 4 full 8-hour working days and I never sleep. I'm much more effective than you. I'm great. Ha. And like, you get that on the other side of the coin, where actually they're just miserable the whole time, and they're all just pumped full of steroids to make themselves look how they look, but portray this lifestyle that's like sweeter and holier than thou. It's all bullshit, basically, isn't it? I'm going to need some food. Suppose you've got any food, have you? Well, I'm trying to practice what I preach at the moment, Place Card. The problem is that I have good years and bad years, you know, so in 2023 I lost a shitload of weight. I did hard 75 and I did really, really good things. 2024 I put on 2/3 of the weight back on, you know. 2025 I'm going back the other way, and I'm probably being healthier still this time, you know. I'm being more strict. I'm walking more, you know. I'm doing it really, really reliably, you know. But I still have good years and bad years, and some years I go up and some years I go down, like yeah. But I'm not some fucking life coach. I'm just a man. As David Goggins says, stay hard. As every woman that I've ever known intimately says, and then I fail. I'm not following any guide or plan, Barbaric. I've not read up anything. I've just kind of, and obviously you see things, you get drip-fed information about what's healthy and what's not. So I'm sure that's formulated some of it, but I certainly wanted to try and improve my gut health, so I'm having Greek yogurt for breakfast every morning with chia seeds and fruit and nuts. And I have picked up a few things from reading up, so eating nuts every day is really meant to be good for you in many ways, especially for your brain. So I have almonds walnuts and hazelnuts mixed in with the Greek yogurt every morning. And that's because it's meant to be really, really good for you, and it diminishes your chances of getting dementia and stuff like that. So that there is a reason behind that. Same with the chia seeds; it's meant to be good for you too. But I'm just trying to have more protein and less carbs, and just eat less calories than I burn. Yeah, fair play, Michelle. Yeah, keep at it. It's rewarding. The problem is it might not be the same for everyone, but it's easy if you start doing something well, you start feeling good and you stick to it. The second you go the other way, it starts a cycle of. It's just basically a peak and a trough. But what if you start having whiskey or whatever? Or they're talking about me here. It just leads to a load of bad choices, and your sleep gets worse, and you have a couple of whiskies one night and then your sleep is terrible. The next morning you're really, really lethargic. You don't have any energy. You start craving more chocolate. For some reason that evening you really fancy KFC, when the last couple of months KFC has felt like it would make you feel sick. and then the problem is that doesn't last a night. It can last a month. It can become a doom spiral, you know. And you end. The week before I went to Prague, or the week after, I think. I like 1 week I had KFC one day, McDonald's the next, Domino's the next, and then a curry or something. I just, yeah, it's so easy to fall into that spiral of going the other way. And a lot of it for me is to do with how much sleep I've had and the alcohol, because that fucks everything else up. If I drink anything, it affects my sleep, that affects my energy, it affects what I crave the next day, and it just carries on like that. However, if you're staying healthy, like the walking thing, if I've done this morning I've done a 2.5 hour walk. This evening, when I get that thought that I might want a whiskey, the idea that I've just walked in the morning, it kind of helps me to make a better choice. I'm not giving up whiskey forever. I'll have some again, but I'm much more likely to make a better choice if I've already put in effort at the start of the day, and it makes me feel more conscious of it. I wouldn't eat 3 bags of crisps or something, chips, because I've made the good choice in the morning. I've put the effort in all day, and I'm not going to fuck it up just before I go to bed, you know. Need to eat more fish. Fish is brain food. I don't really like fish, dude. I'm taking an omega-3 cod liver oil supplement, and there's actually quite a lot of omega-3 in nuts as well, so I'm getting it in other ways. I don't really like oily fish like salmon and others. It's meant to be really good for you, but I don't really like it, so not for me. Yeah, not 1.75 litres a week. Yeah, I do. The thing is, I really enjoyed it when I bought a bottle of Bunnahabhain 18 for when I moved into this house, and I didn't drink for like 11 weeks, and then before I was going to Prague, I knew I was going to drink in Prague, so a couple of weeks before I was like, well, when I go to Prague I'm going to drink, so I might as well have a drink now, and I managed to drink. I probably drank 2 bottles of whiskey before I went to Prague, like 1 a week. And then the best part of a bottle of whiskey the week I got back. And so that is not good. Drinking a litre of whiskey a week is not. Or are they set? They're 750 actually. They're not a litre, 750 ml, but nonetheless, it's still too much. Am I going to get the second plus? I did change to worse trainers. Pro driver, I don't think it's really worth the debate. Anything in moderation is probably okay. Alcohol is not necessarily good for you in many ways, but there's so many other things the same. Smoking regular cigarettes is terrible for you as well. But I think people should be allowed their own vices within reason. Like I just said, Bug Zapper, I don't like fish. Three guys on this server. Give me one sec. No. It's just shy of full. I mean, very much just shy of full. Pro Driver, I really love your way of having a chat. I'm not debating, I'm just stating facts anyone can look up. I'm not sure you are. I'm not sure, for example, like you said in almost any jug, I'm not sure there's a table of how dangerous heroin is compared to alcohol. I'm pretty sure heroin, for example, is worse for your life outcome, or methamphetamine, for example, is worse for you than alcohol. I don't think that's true. So making this general statement that alcohol is worse for you than nearly any drug when it clearly isn't, you know, like tell it to a meth head who's like half hanging over on the side of the street. Life just isn't that simple. And also, there's a difference between someone having a nice glass of meal on a Friday night every week. What the fuck was he doing? Oh, he's sneaking up because he's seen the fire. He's sneaking up because he'd seen the fire, but he hadn't seen me. And a load of rounds for my gun too. Wow. This dude is packing some serious epic loots. Oops. Oh, I'll keep the little Bambi thing, why not? Right, let's just get up here. More people die annually from alcohol than getting shot in the face. That doesn't mean getting shot in the face less harmful than alcohol. That's true. I think that's it's a little bit like that Banana, I agree. It's a little bit like that Bill Burr skit where he's like someone shares in his comedy routine, he's like, nearly every shark attack happens on the coast. There's something weird, you know, like that. No, it's where the people are, you know. It's pretty obvious there's not anybody 3 miles out to sea swimming, you know. That's why the shark attacks happen where the people are, you know. And yes, alcohol is one of the most taken drugs on the planet, therefore it has one of the most impacts on the population, you know, like there's a lot fewer people injecting heroin into their fucking main vein on their penis than there are people having too much alcohol, because it's a much more common drug and you can buy it in the supermarket, you know. So there is an element of mass market to it that obviously makes the stats the way they are, for obvious reasons, really, I suppose, as well. You know, it's not like you're saying anything untoward. It's kind of makes sense, you know. The denial of alcohol users is so bad. Oh, the holier-than-thou attitude of you is so fucking annoying, dude. Holy shit. I bet your shit doesn't stink either. He did have a press vest, you're right. I maybe should have got it. He had an R12! Oh, fuck. I fucked up there then. I didn't realise he had an R12. I saw the Mosin. I didn't see the R12. There are way more heroin users that are regular people with jobs. Heroin is a lot harder to get than I think you just... Like, you started by saying there's facts, go and check it out. You can't go to the supermarket and buy heroin. You maybe could do in the early 1900s. But obviously beer and wine is a lot more commonplace and a lot easier to source and a lot easier to use legally than an illegal drug that you have to buy in illegal means. You know, clearly it's a much more difficult thing. I personally, because I'm a goody two shoes, I wouldn't even have a fucking clue. Like, if I wanted to get marijuana, I would have no clue where to go to get it. Never mind anything else. However, if I fancy a bottle of vodka, it's pretty easy for me to get, you know. It's a bit easier. How am I going to carry this? I've got to go back and get that guy's R12. I absolutely have to. The press vest I should have thought about, but because I'd shot him, I just didn't even check the condition of it, and I should have. I've got two thingy dealies as well, haven't I? Right, he's over there. I'm going to leave this by these two trees here and come back for it in a minute. Hopefully it's not ruined, because I actually thought maybe I shot him in the leg, but the first shot, I mean. I think the kill shot was a leg shot, so with any luck his vest will be in pretty good condition. Rightly or wrongly as well, I have a bit of a hard time. Like, my dad, his entire family, there's no history of any mental illness. There's no, there's none. And when he was doing politics in university, and he dabbled in LSD a handful of times, and unfortunately, and he even said this himself, he feels it may have been to do with it. He ended up having a lifetime of mental illness that was possibly LSD related. I don't know, I'm no fucking expert, but he ended up taking lithium for his entire life. And so it certainly affected my own dad's quality of life in a very, very big way. And I certainly think he regretted taking LSD for the rest of his life. So I don't know. There's no easy way to say what's good and what's bad, but if you're having a couple of glasses of wine every week, you're probably okay. What the fuck is my problem? I didn't get the fucking R12, did I? And again, it's the same with alcohol, and none of these... I'm not here making a case for alcohol being great, but a lot of recreational drugs tend to lead to further places for some people. It depends on the individual, you know. Like, he didn't start on LSD, he started on just regular puff, marijuana, whatever. But some people end up taking it a bit further and going to other things, and yet get to the point where they go down the pub on a Sunday at 2 o'clock and they can't not do speed in the toilet or whatever, and then way beyond that afterwards too. It was an R12, that's a bad miss, isn't it? Well spotted, Garrett and others that saw it, I didn't. Of course alcohol's effective in that, but I think if you're an alcoholic, you end up having way too much alcohol, obviously, but you don't normally progress from alcohol onto something else. And again, this is just a general question. I'm no expert. I know that if you smoke a couple of cigars a year, it's not the end of the world. If you have a couple of drinks a week or whatever, it's probably not the end of the world. The same as if you smoke marijuana here and there, it's probably not the end of the world, you know? Who cares? But not many people progress on from, I don't know, they might progress on from beer to whiskey or perhaps or something, I guess, but it normally isn't a gateway to other things. Alcoholism is a really serious thing. I'm not trying to say it isn't. But most people aren't alcoholics. You know? They're not, are they? You know, that's just not the case. That's not the case, is it? You know, most people just have a drink every now and then. The same as people enjoy gambling. I used to be a gambling addict, right? Gambling addiction is really, really serious. But having a bet on the football on the Saturday every week, like £5 a week or something for fun, that's not really serious, is it? You know, so trying to paint this picture where all alcohol is terrible or all gambling is terrible, or it's just an utter moronic thing to do, really. You know, the reality is that it's about people's own freedom of choice and being sensible, isn't it? And there's no one size fits all. This is definitely better for you than that. That's just bullshit. It's just whataboutism. You know, it's not true. I'd like to get that can. Oh, I'm just gonna drop that. What else can I drop? So many things. I've got so many things. Let's drop that. There we go. Right. Did I eject the bullets out of this? I think I'm just going to make sure they are going to be red shells because it's what the dude had in him, but I just want to make sure. Okay, I thought I could drag and keep dragging. I haven't mentioned the likes all day. Guys, if you're watching on YouTube, try to hit the like button. It's free to do, and it just helps the stream grow. So hit the like button and feel better about your day. I'm sure it'll help. So I think that dude was up to no good then. He was sneaking. A sneaky snook. One sec. Sorry, sorted. Just messaging one of my kids. I do find it really interesting, right? Like, last week we had somebody... There was a whole conversation around how it was not safe to drink tap water. Whereas today, there's somebody literally saying that LSD doesn't have any side effects. like last week, there was advocates for not drinking water because it was too dangerous. Whereas this week, we've got someone advocating for LSD regular use. like there's no middle ground. I had a little bit of reading up about the water thing, and it was to do with estrogen that's in tap water. Apparently, you could drink tap water for your entire life, and the trace level that's in it wouldn't add up to the equivalent of accidentally taking one birth control pill. But nonetheless, it still is there, nonetheless. But yeah. You have a gambling addiction, Painter Boy. It really sucks. I hope you can get sorted. Gambling will not get you out of a gambling addiction. I know that sounds a stupid thing to say, but chasing the losses to try and make the losses smaller, or I don't know, you're X amount of thousand down, if you could just halve it with a big win, then you'd stop. It never works. It just gets worse. The solution to digging a hole of problems is not to keep digging, and it's really hard to arrest that, dude. If you have a gambling addiction, you're probably keeping it to yourself. You might have typed it in there, but you've probably not told your family. If you want to get out of the gambling addiction, tell the person that you don't want to tell. That's the first thing to do. Tell your mum, tell your wife, tell your whoever. If you keep it to yourself, you'll never get out of it.
How is that our 12 not meta? Chat told you about it in the vest.
How is that R12 not meta? The chat told you about it and the vest. It's not meta because it was on the screen redacted. I missed it because I'm reading the chat and not paying attention to what I'm doing. You understand that, right? Do you think if I wasn't streaming, I'd go to that body and miss everything? Or at least the two critical things? Or do you think maybe the fact that I'm having a conversation about 3 different things and reading alerts might mean that I miss some stuff? It's not meta if it's physically on my screen and I don't spot it because I'm doing lots of plate spinning, is it? You know, that meta is telling me about a vest that somebody hid that I couldn't possibly have known about. So no, meta is telling me something that I shouldn't know because it wasn't on my screen, rather than telling me something I don't know because I'm reading chat messages and having a conversation whilst half paying attention to looting. There is a definite difference there, right? I need to go and dry this food out, or warm this food up. Let's sort that shit out. Oh god, this sucks. I don't really want to do it. I'm going to do it in one of these trees. Because otherwise I'm just going to be too much of a beacon, I think. Thank you for the super chat, dude. You can, by the way, if you want to ask me a question, you can just @ me and I'll try my best to see it. You don't need to pay to ask me a question. But there is absolutely a huge difference between telling me something I shouldn't know and telling me something I've missed because I'm streaming. Like answering questions and reading 2 different chats on a second monitor whilst looting or trying to play the game is very different than telling me about a base that you found yesterday and then telling me to go there. That's meta. It's a lot harder to play DayZ while streaming than to play DayZ not streaming. That's not me saying harder as in work. I mean, it's a lot harder to focus on what you're doing if you're having many conversations while you're doing stuff. That's just kind of obvious, you know. Does the heated can of food warm you if you place it in your jacket? Yes, it does. The only thing is, dude, if it's frozen like this one, it takes longer to get hot than you'll get the plus symbols, which are better for you, if that makes sense. So if you're on Sakhal, the plus symbols will give you more of a heat benefit. And you've got, by the time the can has gone from frozen to hot enough to be a benefit, you've already got 2 plus symbols, so they're actually no benefit. JTEX, I don't actually know what you mean. What are you right about? I thought food faster in your inventory than on the ground, next to the fire. According to Wobo, the nearer to the fire it is, the better. Yeah, I know it can, PMAC, yeah. It does defrost on you, yeah, it just takes ages. The disconnect is that you make it look sound easy when it's not. I often struggle talking in game with a buddy and playing at the same time. I just think you get used to it, Joystick. I think you're right. I'm not. I don't mean you're right in that I make it look easy. I mean that you're right in that it's quite hard to do, but you just get into a rhythm with it. You know, I'm like that now. It's a piece of piss because I don't need to do anything. But yeah, I definitely play DayZ on autopilot, so I make a lot of silly mistakes because I'm using less of my brain to run the game than I am to read the chats. I've no idea, wild boy. A water cooler. I don't think you need to go water cooling unless you're really wanting to overclock and stuff. If you're going to use things within their stock range, then just some kind of water-based add-on cooler like what used to be a Corsair H100 or whatever, you know. You don't need a full water cooling system, but one of those little ones that cools your processor with a couple of tubes to a fan that goes like something like that's probably what you want. A little sealed-in little system, you know. Maybe it was a temporary bug, but they let the food defrost part. Well, I don't think it does, but I'll put one in here. And I watched a video from Wobo recently that suggested that even things like drying out your clothes is quicker. If you can get it closer to the fire, it's quicker than being a meter away. I've not played Dead by Daylight. You're much more of a radio talkback host. Well, that's kind of what I'm going for, JTEX, yeah. When I try and explain it to people, like I was talking to the next door neighbours about what I did the other day, and I said I was a YouTuber and a streamer, and they were like, "How does that work?" And I found they're an older couple. I found that the easiest way to describe what I do is that I sort of say it's like hosting a talk radio show, but as well as there being a radio going on, there's a video game on the screen that you can watch at the same time. I kind of describe it that way to try and describe what it is, because it makes a lot more sense. Actually don't feel hungry at the moment. That's weird. It's 10 to 8. I felt a bit hungry about 3 or 4 o'clock. I don't feel hungry at all now. Neither of them are getting very, very warm at the moment. Are you a fan of the Resident Evil? I only really play DayZ, wild boy, now. I'm a complete one-game noob. I've even stopped taking the sponsorships that I get offered, even for things that relate, like Scum. I'm just so DayZ orientated. I can't be fucked to play anything else. I just like DayZ. But in the past, yeah, I really loved Resident Evil 1 when it came out, the original one. I thought it was fucking epic. I did stream Resident Evil 7 when it came out on PC, and I did enjoy it. It was kind of fun to play through. I played it on the hard setting, not the hardest, but the hard. I completed it through, but there was a few bits I kind of struggled a bit. If DayZ went down forever, what would you play? I would probably play a little bit of Tarkov, maybe even a little bit of PUBG. I would definitely play a bit of Deadside and Scum, I would guess. I might end up playing Rust, maybe, but I don't know. DayZ's not going anywhere. Thankfully. I think you might be right. Look, that one has defrosted
Happy
quicker
Friday
than that
smile.
one. I think you're right. Fair play, dude. I'll start keeping it on my person. You may have lost them at radio. You should have said wireless. I don't really want to play Rust, Simon. It's just not my game. A few of the DayZ streamers have played Rust recently, and I think for the right player, it's probably good. It's not for me. I need to get these out of here. Oh, thank God, it has defrosted. Putting a couple of these in here makes sense because they're so powerful. Where's my can opener? Did I not get... the dude had a can opener. Did I not get it? I could have sworn I did get it. Look, it's in there. Where the fuck have I put it now? I seem to be getting inventory blindness. Did I not get it out? No, I didn't, twat. Oh, I got the wrong one out. I dragged the wrong thing, I think. Stupid. Do I like official or custom more? I don't really play official at the moment, Jonathan. I've been having some problems with cheaters sort of following me. Like hackers, or whatever you want to call them. So I think the official version of DayZ is a lot of fun. I think the spawn system on official on both Chernerus and Livonia is dog shit. The group spawns where you spawn in the same place for 6 minutes is... I don't like it. But the actual game, the survival game DayZ on official is fun. I enjoy it a lot. Most of the modded servers I play similar enough to it, so that they're like vanilla with sprinkles.
Just to join the new meta, thought I would do a super chat to complain, then realized the better way to annoy you would be a constant stream of bad dad jokes. Then realized I don't know any bad ones.
Thank fuck for that. There's no such thing as a good one, just so you know. Dude, thank you very much for the support. Ananab, thank you. Right. Seems pretty dead.
Holy fuck!
I hope the guy I shot wasn't the one. You know, we met that. I think he might have been a German fella that we met a couple of times. I hope it wasn't that German fella from earlier. He was creeping up, which made me think he was creeping up for bad things. He might have been creeping. He didn't have a gun in his hands. It's possibly was creeping up to say hello. Ananab, thank you as well. Cheers for the support, Ananab. I really, really appreciate it. Cheers for the gifted membership. Thank you very much. What's my favourite Kevin Costner movie? I like The Untouchables a lot. That's the first one that springs to mind. I think The Untouchables might be my favourite Kevin Costner movie. It is from Trailer Park Boys, yeah. Dances with Wolves is decent. I've not seen that in forever. I ought to watch that again, actually. But no, Dances with Wolves is good. I really like The Untouchables. I think Sean Connery's good in The Untouchables as well. I just like the film. He's been in a lot, Kevin Costner, but I'm having a hard time really picking out... Like, I keep thinking Tombstone, but he was in the other one. He was in Wyatt Earp, which was the slightly longer and not quite as good as Tombstone version. Robin Hood Prince of Thieves is a bit cheesy. I think Untouchables and Dances with Wolves are like up there with his best sort of serious films. How many sponsors do I have? The only sponsor I have is PC Specialist, dude. Logo's in the top right corner. Field of Dreams was pretty good. Yeah, Tin Cup was okay as well. Tin Cup was pretty good too. I thought Waterworld was okay. Yeah, a few people have mentioned it. I think Waterworld got absolutely panned because of how much it cost, and it was a flop at the box office. It's not the best film ever or anything, but it was okay. It was better than most of the dross that comes out from like Marvel or DC or whatever these days, you know. So I didn't really come here to loot. I came here just to have a look around, see if there's dudes to shoot. Seems pretty quiet. The server has got a load of people in, but it is pretty quiet. There ain't much doing. One. Best insulation. High, okay. Nothing doing. I've got to be honest, I thought there'd be somebody here. Something I haven't mentioned yet, but the cooking pot is a really handy thing. If we're going to do the bunker, which we could do, the cooking pot makes it really quite easy because we've got the ability to stick the... Well, I don't need to go that way. We can go to the fuel and we can go to the petrol station and put fuel in the car. Sorry, fuel in the pot so that we can do the bunker. Con Air was a good one. Con Air's not Kevin Costner. That's Nicolas Cage. See, I've seen people say The Outpost and also The Postman, and I've seen both of those. I can't remember a single fucking thing about them. I can hardly remember anything about Dances with Wolves. I know Dances with Wolves is amazing, but I can't remember much about those films at all. Cheers, Durden. Thanks for coming in. Cheers for the support, dude. There's no video tomorrow. Where I was off Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, it meant no footage to edit. There will be a video next Saturday, though. I uploaded all the footage of the Deer Isle run to Finn to edit, so there will be a video on Saturday next week. However, in the meantime, I'll be streaming tomorrow instead, but not Sunday. Yeah, the soundtrack to The Untouchables is good. I think some of the lines that I nearly said Roger Moore then. Sean Connery has like the bit where he's like, they send one of ours to the hospital, we send one of theirs to the morgue. That, like, I like Sean Connery's character in that film quite a lot. You know, like the way they meet on the bridge and he's just the street smart cop kind of thing. I just find I like that film. It is a decent film. Do I still have 2 editors? I do. I haven't been able to use Uncupa much lately because of a lack of a few things. I haven't had... Possibly the footage that I've just had for Deer Isle could have gone to Uncupa, to be fair. But I've not had much that could make a story. Like, before I went to Prague, I was having this problem with these hackers killing me, and it completely stopped me getting any kind of storied content. Basically how it works with my editors, Finn does the quick turnaround videos that are more Twitch highlight type stuff, and Uncuper normally does the longer ones, and sometimes it takes him 3 weeks, but he does the storied ones. I haven't had the stories, and there's been a few reasons. I was hoping that the run that I've just done on Deer Isle, that had Uncuper story written all over it, and then I died. And then I just felt I might as well send it to Finn because I'd get it for next Saturday, so I'd have a video for people to watch. And that's not me having to go at Uncuper. He's just much more meticulous, and his videos tend to take longer to turn around. And so I haven't had the quality of the content to send to Uncuper at the moment. League of Extraordinary Gentlemen was kind of cheesy. Yeah, I quite liked it when it came out. It was kind of cheesy though. Ever thought about going into police work while in retail? No. I don't think when I was younger I was confident enough in it to like be going up to somebody aggressive and to try and calm them down or arrest them or something. I'm not really a confrontational person. I don't think it would have been for me. I fair play to people that do it, but I had enough trouble dealing with the public in retail, never mind dealing with the public when they're possibly at their worst. Yeah, it's certainly my intention to get footage to send to Uncuper, but it's been hard. It's sometimes I feel like I've got footage that's like laid out and there's weeks of it, and I can send Uncuper 2 videos. At the moment, it's just felt like we've been scratching a bit. Obviously, I missed some time when I went to Prague. When I came back, I had COVID. I was getting problems for 2 weeks before Prague with the hackers. That's a month, and unfortunately, the way DayZ works, it's exactly like that. Sometimes you've got, from 1 week of streams, you've got 4 videos that you can make, and you feel like you've got you're really rich with potential videos for YouTube. And then other times, COVID, a trip away, I don't know, like having a bad run in the game or some kind of cheat spoiling it for you, you can easily get completely the other way. You know, it's a weird thing. It's feast or famine with having suitable footage to make videos. Not very often, Donk, no. Did you hear that the Pill's PC Reg Hollis helped arrest someone in real life today? I did not. That's cool. You're next, son. Oh, this is a long run. I've got to go all the way to the fucking petrol station. I can't really remember the main characters from the Bill. I'm too young, Pinkster. My mum used to watch the Bill. I never really watched it. I'd have seen it if she had it on and I was very young. Obviously, I know Burnside very well because he looks exactly like my character, but I don't really know which one Reg Hollis was. I don't really know. I probably would reckon. Was he the one with kind of sandy, not quite ginger but not quite blonde hair? Maybe I do know. Yes, neither do I. I saw repeats. Yeah. That'll be what it was. Dark hair, so I don't know who he was then. Yeah, that's good. Best movie in 2025 so far. I think what I've seen at the cinema, The Brutalist was probably the best film I've seen this year, because that was in January. However, if I had the chance to see one of them again between The Brutalist and 28 Years Later, I'd choose that in a heartbeat. The Brutalist wasn't the normal sort of film I'd see at the cinema, but I was not having very much good times at home, let's say. So I went to watch it on my own to get out of the house. And so, yeah, but yeah, The Brutalist was an amazing film, but it wasn't the sort of thing I'd normally see at the cinema. It was a bit too highbrow for me, really, I suppose. I've got to have a look now. Reg Hollis. Oh, him! Yeah, I couldn't remember. I remember him now. Yeah, I'd quite like to see F1. I'm not going to get to see that at the cinema. However, I can say that this new fucking fancy schmancy telly I got, it's kind of arguably feels better to watch at home than it does to go to the cinema now. You know, it's fucking brilliant. So I'm not too miffed if I just watch it at home. I've never seen The Lobster, no. What about Split Second? When did that come out? I don't know anything. I've never even heard of Split Second. Maybe I haven't forgotten. Fantastic Four comes out Thursday. That'll be exciting, won't it? The cast looks pretty good for Fantastic Four. I like Pedro Pascal. Is good in pretty much anything he's in. You know, I might take the kids to go and see it just for something to do, maybe. Oh yeah, Thursday. Thursday was yesterday. It's fucking Friday today. I've got to be honest, I'm all a little bit out of kilter because I don't normally stream on Fridays. And normally my stream week starts on a Sunday, and this week it started on a Wednesday, so my sort of body clock schedule is all out of whack, you know. I feel like they ought to be making a new Death Wish series with Pedro Pascal. He's a little bit like the modern day Charles Bronson in some ways. Some people might see that as me putting him down, I think, maybe, but I'm not. I feel like they could be making a Death Wish. I feel maybe they don't need to call it Death Wish, but I just feel like that type of film, but with Pedro Pascal as the lead, would be perfect. PMAC, there's a lot of ads at the start of the cinema. I'm a little bit bad at that because, say the film's meant to start at 4 p.m, I want to get there and get into the cinema at 5 minutes to 4. However, if the film says it starts at 4 p.m, you really want to be getting in about 20 past 4. There's no point getting in early. I just like to take that opportunity to eat as much of the popcorn as I can because I don't like to eat the popcorn once the film started. Superman is good. No, I haven't seen it. I was going to take my daughter to see it at the weekend while she was here, and I got her to watch the trailer and she didn't want to see it, so we didn't see it. They did a Death Wish remake a few years ago with Bruce Willis. I've definitely not seen that. Pedro is no Charles Bronson. I think Pedro Pascal is really quite decent. Even in things that don't use him very much. Even in things like the Game of Thrones, he was really good. And in Gladiator 2, he was one of the best actors in it. Denzel Washington is absolutely amazing, but in Gladiator 2 he wasn't. That wasn't his fault though. I think his part was shocking. Split Second. Do you know what? Fucking Split Second. I really liked that when I was a kid. I was trying to think if it was the case. Someone's been asking about the film fucking Split Second. I was thinking, is that dodgy film from 1992 with Rutger Hauer? From what I remember, it's set in a future where the major cities are like flooded. Like London's got like 2 feet of water everywhere, and they're just like walking around in the rain anyway. I liked that film when I was a kid. I can't remember much about it now though, but yeah, Split Second, holy shit. I haven't seen hundreds of films that Charles Bronson was in. Obviously I've seen the Death Wish films and 1 or 2 others. I can't remember a single... I know the guy in it was like someone that had been in like no other film ever and probably has been in no other film since. The kind of... I think Split Second was very much made on a budget, and most of that budget went to Rutger Hauer. Yeah, I did see Hobo with a Shotgun. I wasn't so keen on it personally. It was alright. I think Pedro Pascal's a decent actor. I think he's pretty good. In a flooded future London, Detective Harry Stone hunts a serial killer who murdered his partner and has haunted him ever since. He soon discovers what he is hunting might not be human. Ah. I was right about the flooded bit. Did I get the... Oh, fuck me. I did get it, thank God. We need that. We need that. If we can get a boat, it will save me so much time. I'd love to play this game, but it's out of my budget. So I think it's 40% off at the moment, dude. Is it not 40% off at the moment? What a random question though. What do you think of Split Second? We're talking about films that have come out of the cinema this year, and I've seen the same person ask about the film Split Second 2 or 3 times, and I've been in the background whilst I've been talking. I've been like, Split Second. I remember a film I liked as a kid. It's such a weird question though, like that's such an obscure film. It's not a film. Only the hardest of hardcore going to the video shop and renting out everything that's available that month would have seen Split Second, I think. Going and renting the VHS. That would have been in the £1 for a week section. It wouldn't have been £2 for the night. It'd have been £1 and keep it till the end of the week. I'm a heavy smoker. Any advice to quit? I've never had to give up smoking, Wild Boy. I honestly, I don't know. I personally think that the best way to give up is to go cold turkey. Maybe use the patches, maybe use the chewing gum, but I think trying to replace it with something else or trying to gradually cut down is probably just kidding yourself. And as hard as it might be, I think I'd probably, if I was trying to give up, and I've never done it, but I think I'd get the patches, get the chewing gum, and just throw them away and just just give up, stupid. Which I know I don't mean that, but I'm not qualified to talk about giving up smoking because I've never done it. I did used to smoke a little bit. I used to smoke when drinking, when it was allowed in pubs, but I don't feel I was ever addicted, you know. I used to go out Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and often, mostly Sunday night as well. And I used to drink a little bit and smoke 4 nights of every week, but I never got to the point where I couldn't not smoke otherwise. I was always able to not smoke beyond that. Right, okay. I thought I had another bottle, I don't. Cooking pot only. Yeah, that bit was a joke, Squirrely Dan, obviously, you know. Addiction is a tricky thing. Obviously, when somebody earlier said about being a gambling addict, I could really... Like, if you're a gambling addict, it's a different thing you're trying to give up, and you... Like, if you're a smoker, then, like, telling your immediate family members that you're a smoker is not going to help you give up, is it? Like, you're not carrying that on your own. Like, I understand addiction, but I don't have any, like, pearls of wisdom for giving up smoking. My ex gave up smoking, and you only give something up if you've got the will to give it up, and the long-term health issues and the permanent cough she had, and I think she just was like, fuck this, I'm giving up, and just did it, you know. Yeah, you have to get to the point where you're just going to make that leap. I think, and she did have patches and things to try and help with the nicotine that she was not having. I've been smoking 36 years and quit cold turkey. I quit when I thought, why am I still smoking? Yeah. My dad waited until it was too late to give up smoking. He didn't die because of lung-related issues, but he smoked as heavy as you could think, 50 a day, from about 16 until about 60. And he gave up when he got emphysema and when his lungs were absolutely shot to pieces. However, he gave up just in time to avoid it progressing likely. He might have done if he'd survived, but he's no longer alive. But he may have ended up getting lung cancer, but he didn't. He got emphysema and his lungs were bad. If he got a cold or if he got a flu, he was weak as a kitten, you know, like... but he got really scared because of the emphysema and what it was doing to his breathing, and so he gave up. So I've just come this way, just in the hope that we might get a lucky boat along the coast as we're running towards the land bridge over there. Oh, the cost of smoking nowadays is insane. I think I used to buy a packet of 20 Marlboro Lights. I used to smoke mostly Marlboro Lights for some reason, sometimes regular Marlboro. A packet, I think they were about £6 for a packet, and that God knows when that would have been, but a long time ago. I think they were gradually creeping up towards like £7, £8, and then £9, but then I gave up. If Chernobyl is Russia or Belarus, kind of, what is this? This is actually a fictional area. This is... Sakhal is meant to be a fictional island. It doesn't actually exist, but it's based off of the eastern side of Russia. So it's off the coast of Kamchatka is where it's meant to be. So it's a fictional island off the coast of Kamchatka is where it's meant to be, dude. Dog, thank you very much for the support. Really, really appreciate it. Cheers for the gifted subs. Thank you very much. Ananab, thank you for the subs before, the members before that. Cool Jackal, thank you very much for the 5. It's £15 for 20 Marlboro Lights now, is it? That's a lot. I think, like I say, when I was smoking, they were about £6 a pack. You could in some place. I remember before that it was like £4.50, £4, and that was in a cigarette machine in a pub. So that you were paying over, you know, £6 from a cigarette dispenser would have been way more expensive than going to an actual shop and buying them. You know, like that's insane. £15 a packet. Especially since it's quite common for people to smoke a packet a day. Maybe it isn't now, but if you're smoking a packet a day and they're 15 quid a packet, that's fucking crazy money, isn't it? It just doesn't even compute. Fucking hell, like, so much money. £91 for 10 silk cup. Fucking hell, dude. And there was a shop. In my local high street, and the guy that ran it, he used to sell penny sweets, and he'd also sell cigarettes by the one. Not legally, but you could, like, kids used to go in there and buy sweets, and then when they were just a tiny bit older, as in like way younger than they should have been, they could go in and buy a single cigarette for like 5p or something. The ice cream van would sell singles. That's insane, isn't it? You know. To be fair, it's the same now though. Like there's shops in nearly every high street that do like candy and also vapes. You know, you like if you're 11 or 12, you're probably hopefully buying the candy, and if you're a little bit older, you're buying the candy flavoured fucking vapes, I guess, and maybe the candy. I don't know. That model seems crazy to me, but they do seem to get away with it, you know. Yeah, we're selling sweets for kids and vapes as well. It just seems like, I don't know, it's a bit like the toy shop selling like hunting knives or something. I don't know. It seems like a weird mix. I think the money would be the main motivator for me giving up. The idea that you could, like, try to get the money and just if you're spending £15 on a packet of cigarettes every day, just transfer £15 to a savings account every day, and wait 2 months. I think it would just be like, fuck me, this is really boring. But if you put £15 a day into the right kind of stocks and shares ISA over the time, you would be rich. If you like that, I know that's what everyone says on Instagram, but that's a crazily large amount of money. If you save that and put it into something that compounds, you could be set for life fairly easily. In if you were doing it when you were young. Yeah, someone's just on the YouTube said maybe fish. That's why I'm getting a couple of worms, dude. Yeah, I do need to try and get some food. I'm a bit hungry. It's not the best place to do it. £15 a day is about $20 a year. I don't understand that, dude. That's a sentence I can't get my head around. £15 a day, 365 days a year. So if it was £10 a day, it would be 3,650. So it's 1825, 3,650, 4,450, 5,450, 5,475 a year, I think. Funny how fish don't... well, I don't think fish freeze in water like this in the real world either. Because the water's not frozen. If it was, it'd be ice. I guess that's why. There is wildlife underneath, like the north, like at the North Pole where you've got ice sheets and stuff. There's stuff swimming underneath it, isn't there? I haven't really thought about this, have I? I've got 2. Where the fuck am I taking those 2? How am I carrying them? I didn't think that through very well. What am I dropping here? I don't feel like I've got anything that's not important. Oh, I can get rid of that. I can get rid of that. I don't want to get rid of those. I'm using them. Could get rid of a morphine stick actually. I don't need 2 morphine sticks. There we go, that'll do. Right, now I can cook the fish. Keep seeing people talking about snus. I don't even know what that is. Is that just like the little powdery stuff that people like snort? I honestly don't know what it is. I'm so closed on these things. Chewing tobacco. Oh, okay. When I said powdery things, I didn't mean like cocaine, by the way. I did mean something. Snus is like chewing tobacco. Yeah, snuff, it is, Pinkster. What your grandma used to have during the war. Yeah, I was thinking of snuff. Shows what I know. Snus is like chewing tobacco. I'm not going to the boat. It's too close to this area, which is dangerous. At least inject the morphine instead of throwing it away. Well, it would already be expelled by now. It wouldn't have made any odds, would it? I've said this before. I've always liked the idea of smoking cigars. I quite like that idea. Now I'm a single man. I could get myself a little cigar thing, sit here on my own in the back garden, smoking a cigar, pretending like I'm Arnold Schwarzenegger because I did a few press-ups in the morning. It'd be great. The lonely man. But yeah, I don't really mean to smoke on my own. But I've always quite liked the idea of cigars. But I just feel like I don't need any more vices. I like whiskey. I quite like gin. I don't know. I feel like another vice is. I'm certainly a bit too much into watch collecting. Get a pipe. Yeah, my granddad, sorry, not my granddad, my great-granddad used to smoke a pipe. And when I was about 6, I used to thought it was amazing. And I've thought it was amazing ever since. I thought that, like, smoking a pipe, I used to see him smoking his pipe and think it looked cool. And thought that I would be a pipe smoker when I was older from about the age of 6. I never have been, but he was a pipe smoker, and he always looked very content. He always had a look of everything's okay. I definitely think pipe smoking is a cool thing too. I've never done it. It smelt amazing. There's another boat. All these boats, and none of them I can drive. I don't know what type of tobacco he put in it. I've no idea, but it didn't smell like cigarette smoke. That much I know. The smell was really alluring. Never a cigar with your whiskey? No. The last time I had a cigar, I was in my mid-20s, and I didn't have. Like I just said, I used to smoke recreationally in pubs. I didn't. So the only times I've ever smoked a cigar in my life, I fully inhaled the whole thing. Like all the way in, held it in my lungs, and then the only time I've ever smoked cigars, I've inhaled fully. Which you're obviously not meant to do with cigars. You're meant to hold it in your mouth. Didn't you get a sore throat after? Well, I was always drunk, so it was the next morning probably. But yeah, it wasn't good. I didn't. When I'm saying that, I don't mean I was smoking a cigar all the time. I've only probably smoked 3 cigars in my entire life, I would guess. It's not been a very commonplace thing, you know. Oh, I thought I was getting logs there. That's what I don't get about cigars. You don't inhale, they don't give you nicotine high. But it's about the flavour, isn't it? It's a little bit like people that enjoy drinking a really smoky whiskey. They enjoy that flavour and sensation. It's not about the necessary effect or the effect of the drug has on you, you know? Like it's not trying to give you a little... Like if you don't smoke and you have a cigarette, you will feel it. You'll feel it. You'll get a bit heady. So there is definitely an effect there, right? But with a cigar, I think it's much more about the experience of the flavour and the smell. It's not about the actual having of any drug. It's still tremendously unhealthy. You know, it's maybe not as unhealthy as smoking cigarettes, but it's certainly bad for mouth and throat cancer and the like, obviously. Coming from a former smoker of 2 packs a day of Marlboro Reds, shit's hard to quit. I still use a full pack of Zin a day, and I stopped smoking 4 years ago. I don't even know what Zin is, but fair play for stopping though, Doctor. Can we talk about the currency exchange rates? No. There is talk that smoked whiskey may be stopped. I guess because it's peated, Kevin, yeah? They may have some issues with the peat and the effects that has, like peating the whiskey, maybe. I don't know. Nicotine pouches. There's peat in like bags of compost and stuff. Like you have to. I was at the garden centre yesterday, like I said, and they had compost. They had peat-free compost and regular compost, and the only difference was the peat wasn't in. They both are just as good for the flowers, or whatever you're growing, but peat-free costs a little bit more than not peat-free. I don't know what you're saying there, Elijah. No alcohol is tasty as long as it's above 15 something grades. I don't know what that means. There is definitely a difference between whiskey. I don't know what 15-star grades is and all of that. I definitely I like whiskey myself. I don't drink whiskey solely for the way it makes me feel. It definitely has a calming effect at the end of a long day, there's no denying that, but the flavour of it is what draws me to it. You can get the same calming effect with a beer or whatever, you know, but there is a huge difference between, say, Bunnahabhain 12 and Bunnahabhain 18, and it's not to do with the ABV. Yeah, I understand. So there's a difference in the percentage, right? But what I'm not understanding is, what does that have to do with somebody that likes the flavour of a fancy Hennessy? You know, it's not just about the alcohol, is it? You know, like, I don't know a lot about brandy, but I do know about whiskey, and you could get two different 46% alcohol, like whiskies, and they can taste so different. You know, like one can be peated and really smoky, one can be really honeyed, and one can be put into sherry casks and taste really sherry and honeyfied, or some can, like, they really can be notes of different fruits. Even with the redbreasts, you've got redbreast 12 and then 15 and then 18 and 21 and so on. There is notes different, like for example the redbreast 27 tastes of blood orange. The 21 and the 18 don't, you know, like they just get different flavours in them from the aging in the barrel, you know. Why is peat bad? I think it's to do with the... Like, it has to come from a peat bog, so it has to be... it's made with a load of, like, rotting detritus and kind of mixed up shit in, like, a really watery, boggy area. And then they cut it up and then they burn it and use the smoke to... So they're burning it to make peat smoke to flavour the whiskey, I think. I might be wrong on this, but this is my vague understanding. I've never done a lot of reading up on it. I don't really know. But that's my layman's terms guess as to what they're doing. But it's obviously releasing all sorts of terrible things, burning that, and it's all full of old detritus and fuck knows what. It's really, really bad. It's really bad shit to be burning. I don't consider any strong alcohol tasty enough to enjoy because of the alcohol strength. I see, dude. Yeah, it's certainly something that changes with age a little. It doesn't mean that you will have to like it. But I didn't like whiskey much when I was 19 and 20. I certainly do now. But there is a huge difference between two whiskies, even with the same ABV or whatever. You know, they're using up the peat bogs faster than the peat forms. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Definitely need that one bullet. Hi F Pasha, hope you're well, thanks for coming in. I actually don't really go a bundle on peated whiskey myself, so Bunnahabhain is one of my absolute favourites, as everyone knows, I guess. But they come from Islay, and nearly all Islay whiskey is peated. It's kind of the thing. Islay whiskey is... Islay is an island in Scotland, I think. Never been there. It is. It's an island, and most of they're kind of famous for smoky whiskey. Like Lefroy and Talisker is from there, and many others. Highland Park and Lagavulin, I think. That's their kind of their thing is smoky peated whiskey. That's what they're really famous for. But Boonahaven uses they make their whiskey using the Islay kind of methods, but they don't peat the whiskey. And it's just fucking amazing. I love it. It's it's so good. They're not peated, so they're one of the few Islay ones that aren't, and it's fucking stunning. I've tried Lagavulin, yeah, of course I have, yeah. Speyside isn't peated, dude. I don't think Ardbeg is peated. I'm pretty sure Ardbeg is not Speyside. Speyside is normally honeyed and very citrusy, like Arbalua or Winter's Gold Dalwhinnie or something like that. Speyside isn't very peated at all. It's not peated whatsoever. Irish whiskey's normally quite sweet because it's normally quite young and it's not peated at all, yeah. Yeah, I thought Ardbeg was Islay, yeah. Yeah, Speyside is stuff like Glenfiddich, Arbalua, there's loads of others, but it's very much honeyed, citrusy, Highland. I think Glenmorangie's Highland, isn't it? The Highland is quite similar to Speyside, really, maybe a bit sweeter. I found some 18-year-old Nesquik at my grandma's. That did not get a bear with age. Highland Park is from Orkney. Okay, I don't know why I thought Highland Park was Ireland, but yeah, Highland Park is quite smoky, so it's probably the flavour that was making me think that. This is such a long run. I was hoping we might see a boat. There is a little inlet soon. If there's a boat, we might get lucky. I think, unless we've gone past it already, and I've not been paying attention. I may already have gone past it. Ah, this is the inlet, actually, I think. I've not tried Falklands whiskey, no. We need to get off this whiskey talk. It's Friday night, and I really fancy a whiskey. I could quite go for a couple. I'm not going to have any, but nonetheless, we need to get off the whiskey talk because I definitely feel like I could have a few. That's probably partly because I'm now starting to feel hungry. It's like 9:15 and I've not had any dinner. I actually need to go and do a couple of things in the garden before it gets dark, which is relatively soon.
My top 3 movies are Empire Strikes Back, Raiders of the Lost Ark, and Jaws.
Interesting 3. Jack Burton, thank you very much for the support. I think my top 3 movies would definitely contain No Country for Old Men in number 1. And I'd have a hard time deciding between all the others. I really would. I might put Unforgiven in, possibly at number 3. I really like Unforgiven. Maybe Shawshank number 2. It's such an obvious film, Shawshank Redemption, but it is beautiful. I've never really... I think No Country for Old Men is my favourite film ever. But I really have a hard time qualifying anything like that. Like trying to make a top 10 of... some films are just stunningly good, and also so many films you watch and they're amazing. And you kind of forget of that. Like somebody mentioned Children of Men the other day, and like that, and 12 Monkeys, and there's so many fucking great films. Like the idea that I can scale them down to just a top handful is so hard. Like I really, really am a huge fan of The Dark Knight. I really loved it. I saw The Dark Knight at the cinema. Obviously, it's not that long ago. I thought it was amazing. I don't know if I can put it in my top 3. I'd really want to put Interstellar into quite high up, but I can't because the ending just kind of baffles me a bit. I think the ending was a bit shit. Can you explain the ending of No Country for Old Men? In what way, Texas? I've not seen it in a little while. But if you're meaning the bit where he checks his feet, he's obviously killed her. Are you talking about Anton Chigurh? Are you talking about Tommy Lee Jones's character? There Will Be Blood is definitely top 10 worthy as well. That's amazing. But obviously he goes back to see Llewellyn Moss's other half, and he's made a commitment that he'd kill her if he didn't do a certain thing. And then he goes in and he's saying you've got to toss the coin, no, you've got to call it, and he's like, I won't call it. And then as he leaves, he checks his socks, so he's obviously done the deed. He checks his feet for blood. There you go. I know, I felt like those shots were on. Obviously they weren't. I've seen Hell or High Water, yeah. From what I remember, I think... what's his name? The dude. His accent in Hell or High Water is really hard to understand, or I might be wrong. But Hell or High Water was okay. After the wreck, he breaks his arm and just walks away, and the movie ends. I can't remember that being the end. I remember a few things from the end. I've not seen it in a little while. I remember that there's a bit with Tommy Lee Jones where he's sort of retelling a dream about his dad and whatnot. And then there's him going to see the girl. Then he wrecks his car, and he just what else is he going to do? You know, like he just walks away because he's the whole way through. Like he's portrayed as some kind of maniacal weirdo, but he uses the coin a lot. But he's quite calculated in what he does, you know. And he chooses when he wants to make somebody toss the coin, like the guy in the shop. The guy in the shop annoys him because he's the guy in the garage, the petrol station, annoys him because he's asking too many questions about what he's doing. And then he's nosy and he tells him that he's got plates from a certain state or something. And he's like, you've seen too much. Why are you asking these questions? This could come back and bite me on the ass. I want to kill you. But then he uses the coin to let it decide whether he kills him or not, kind of thing. Like, but yeah, he does make a choice to be killing these people, even if he uses a coin. You know, he has his reasons. Yeah, he buys the shirt from the kid and then just goes. Well, what else can he do? He's like, even hitmen get in car accidents, right? He's just getting away. There's not really anything much to that other than it just shows how calm he is, and then he goes. I've read that the role played by Bardem in that is the most realistic description of depiction of a psychopath. Yeah, that might be right. I wouldn't mind watching No Country for Old Men again. I've not seen it in a little while.
Are you a Tarantino fan? If so, what's your favorite movie of his, and how high would it be in your fave film list?
That's a good question. I think the problem with Tarantino is that a lot of them are so very good that it's hard. You can't put them all in a top 10, and it's hard to pick one. I think my favourite is Hateful Eight. I've only seen it twice. The first time I watched it, I didn't really like it. The second time I watched it, I thought it was absolutely stunning. I thought Hateful Eight was amazing. I have a hard time not saying Reservoir Dogs, though, because I saw it at the cinema when it first came out, pretty much, from what I remember. And I didn't really know anything about it. I just went because a mate of mine wanted to see it, and he was a real movie buff, and I wasn't at the time. And I went to see it, and I was just blown away by it. So Reservoir Dogs at the cinema with no expectations whatsoever was a really cool thing to see. Jackie Brown is one of my least favourite, actually, and it's really quite popular. It's quite a cult of his. Quite a few people pick Jackie Brown somehow, but it's not one I personally like. And Pulp Fiction is absolutely stunning. It's really, really good, Pulp Fiction. The thing that's great about Tarantino films is that even the ones that aren't amazing, for your like compared, like not all of them are as good as each other, but they all have something. Like so someone's just said Django Unchained. I think Django Unchained is really good, but there's some bits in that, like the main where it all comes to a head with Calvin Candy and the German fella's name that I can't get right now. Obviously DiCaprio and everything, where it's all coming to a head. That scene is amazing. And likewise, Inglourious Basterds, the scene in the basement, the scene at the start, and with Liv Schreiber as well, and the scene in the Christopher Waltz. Thank you.
I'll watch it if it comes on TV though.
Honestly, Florida, I don't even know what his politics are. I don't really get that, really. Honestly, I don't think politics ever should decide whether you see a film or not, personally. I think, and this is a personal take, thank you for the super chat, by the way. Sorry for the tip. I think that we should all be capable of supporting a sports star because they play sport, or they, whatever, you know. Somebody's views, whether they're good or bad, or whether they align with yours or not, especially on politics, shouldn't be a reason to not to boycott a movie, in my view, because opinions are opinions, you know. But a good film is a good film, you know. You don't have to agree with someone's politics to enjoy their art or their movie or whatever. I just personally, I think it was a much better thing when we were able to have opinions without them needing to be boycotted, you know, like as in, my God, you've said that, we should cancel you, or we shouldn't go and see your film because of that. Oh, you've said that thing that I don't like, I'm going to go and tell your sponsors and try and get you deplatformed. I think I know that's not what you're saying here, by the way. I just think we're a lot better if you can just go and judge a film and judge a filmmaker or a director or a writer on the thing they're good at, you know. He's not a professional politician. He can think what the fuck he likes. It doesn't really matter. Billy, thank you very much for the super chat as well. Spooky Actions, thank you. Doorsnake, thank you as well. McMosh, Jack Burton, thank you very much too. I don't know, like I think live and let live, really. I don't even know. I'm quite glad to say that when I hear celebrities talking about politics, I tend to glaze over and turn over. I don't really give a fuck, you know. Like, if I want to see something about politics, I'll try and tune into something that's relevant, not what the latest rich person off the telly wants me to think. It's dead, isn't it? It's getting night time as well. "1917" was really good. Saw that at the cinema. That was good.
Happy 26 months. Thank you for the quality entertainment. Happy belated birthday to my guy. Much love.
Nothing doing. Effing Friday, thank you for the 26 months, dude. Billy, thank you again. I'm looking like I'm just like wanting somebody to appear. I don't think I can make it to the bunker. It's going to be night time soon, and I think I need to go and get some dinner. I'm going to call it there, guys. I don't know how long I've been on. Fucking 6 hours. Holy shit! I thought I might do 4 to 6 hours today, I guess. I don't normally stream Fridays, and I'm going to call it there because I don't want to get this character killed. I'll probably carry on tomorrow and try and do the bunker, I think. And on that subject, I am streaming Saturday. I don't normally, so I will be on tomorrow. Excuse me. I'm not sure what time yet, but probably just after lunch, 1 o'clock-ish, something like that. I will be back. I need to watch The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, Tank Commander, right? I had a few months ago, I watched the other two, Fistful of Dollars and A Few Dollars More, and I was moving on to A Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, and I didn't watch it. I probably ought to watch it. It's the best one of the three, and I didn't get to it. Cheers for coming in, guys. There's many streamers you can watch. Thank you for choosing to watch me. I'll be on tomorrow instead of Sunday. So I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one. Love you. Bye.